It's a Wednesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy? Your mic is not on. Oh, I can't hear you in my headphones.
Let's see.
Kimmy has ruined the show, and she's shrugging. Looks like okay. We have no Kimmy.
All right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
25 degrees right now. Feels like 17 based on the wind chill. We will get up into the 40s.
All right.
We're almost there. Here's what sucks, man.
What?
The whole week, it's low of 30s, even if it gets into the 50s and 60s. So it's going to be one of those freeze in the morning or sweat in the afternoon decisions for the rest of the week.
All right.
So good luck. Godspeed. Kimmy, if you're watching the live stream, it's just it's a video of Kimmy's hand tapping her microphone to see if it works.
Is this on? Is this on?
I also love how she's worked the radio for 12 years longer, and she's still talking in the mic like it's on, even though the mic is not on. Okay, we got no Kimmy. Kimmy is gone. Congratulations on your career. That microphone is broken forever. Is it the switch on the side that always gets all screwed up?
Ooh. Jiggle it.
The white one.
Jiggle the
white
cord.
thingy. Try it. No, Kimmy.
Now it's worse.
Oh.
You're farther away.
Is our lead engineer still on vacation or not or at the conference? Okay,
It's a big microphone conference.
Kimmy, I'm going to need you to just pantomime into the live stream the conversation that we're having. You can catch our live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Also, if you are watching the live stream, I had a bunch of stuff behind my head.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been taken down because they are putting a TV in.
So we already have a TV.
This TV will be behind my head, and it will flash different like photos and things like of the show and what we're doing. It's supposed to be more high-tech and cool looking.
Okay.
But I just realized the sweatshirt I'm wearing is the exact same color as the wall.
Oh, yeah, it is.
So on camera, I just look like a floating head.
Oh, okay.
Mecca like a high, Mecca high. Let's start the day with a side hustle.
Oh, okay.
Because, you got to make a little extra money every once in a while.
You got to make that money, buddy.
Especially the way things are going now. May I introduce you to an app called Sniff Spot.
Snip Spot?
SNIFF. Sniff Spot.
Okay.
Sniff Spot.
Sniff Spot.
Sniff Spot.
Sniff Spot. What does it do?
It's a dumb idea on both sides, and I don't know who was stupid enough to come up with this. It is an app that lets you rent a yard for your dog to run around.
Oh. So, like a dog space.
Yes.
For my dog to take
I guess you didn't put it like that, or you put it like that. Dog space is the perfect way to put it. It's like a workspace, but for dogs. Hey, your mic works again.
All right.
Hey, we did it.
Unplug, then replug.
It's always the way to do it. And if that doesn't work, bang out a little while.
Yeah.
So this app, Sniff Spot, you can rent somebody's yard for your dog to go run around.
Oh, okay.
It's like an Airbnb, but for grass.
So a little open space for your pooch.
There you go. So the yards on the app run the gamut from anywhere $5 an hour to like $50 an hour, depending on what you get and the size of the yard, stuff like that.
But why would you rent that when I could just take my dog to a park?
That is my first question.
Well, let's say you just want like your own space for your dog. Like, let's say you live in an apartment. Like, I'm thinking I would do this if I lived in an apartment and just want to give my dog some space to run around that's all fenced in.
But it sounds like you're going to have to put your dog in a car and go drive somewhere.
Yeah.
To do that.
Yeah, I mean, but you'd have to do that at a dog park.
Unless you're within walking distance of a dog
park.
Yeah, or you're within walking distance of this.
Okay.
Right.
But like with the dog park, though, like that's free and that's also fenced in.
Yeah, but let's say
No
your
other
dog
dogs.
doesn't get along with other dogs or you're worried about other dogs.
Dick dog. I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I still think it's dumb.
I think it's smart.
You'd pay.
As somebody that lived in an apartment, that would kill to have a space like this for my dog to run around for a few hours.
So you'd pay $10, $15 an hour for your dog to run around
I'd
somebody's
pay $10, $15 maybe once a week to go do this, like like on a weekend or something.
There you go.
It's done.
We're making money.
Okay.
Play a little fetch.
Play a little fetch. What if you get there and your dog doesn't want to play that day?
Well, then I guess we're going home.
You just blew $15 and your stupid dog is supposed to lay
All
in the grass.
dogs love to play fetch.
Or at least sniff around.
My dogs don't play fetch.
No?
No, very disappointed.
Man.
I got my dogs to play fetch. I got a basset hound. Yeah, those things are supposed to find stuff and bring it back to you.
But they're slow-moving dogs.
Well, yeah, I didn't need...
They ain't got much fetch in them.
I didn't need fast fetch. I'll play slow fetch. The dog doesn't pick up anything. The other day, there was a pigeon in my driveway. He's just staring at me.
Oh,
Are you
really?
going to do something about this?
You're literally bred to go get that thing.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, so Kimmy's in on it.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the other side.
What's that?
Well, you have a yard. I have a yard. Kimmy, you have a yard. $15 an hour to allow a stranger and their dog to run around your yard, 5 to 50, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Does not seem like enough money to be worth the
it.
trouble.
Yeah, it's
Not for you, yeah.
It's aggravating.
What does that mean, not for you?
Well, no, I'm saying it wouldn't be worth it for you as the person
Homeowner.
who owns a yard, because I'm guessing you're not even getting that full 15. Whatever service is running it probably takes some off, so I don't even know what you're making in the end. Unless
And don't
you're-
forget the taxes.
Oh, the taxes.
Taxes that kill you.
And I guess unless you're not home all day, like let's say you're going to work, you have 6-7 hours of just nobody's using the yard. Maybe you rent it out to a couple people a day.
Okay, but I still got to worry about strangers and a dog running around my backyard.
And who's picking up all the crap?
I got to pick
That
up dog
me?
crap? I don't know. I don't know what the app. So here's the thing. I logged onto the app to see how many yards in our area offered this.
Yeah.
And you had to sign up, and I wasn't going to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know how prominent it is around here.
Can't be big.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we talked a couple of years ago about that pool rental thing. Remember that?
Yeah, but I don't remember that taken off.
That seems like more of a liability than this.
And it was.
Yeah.
But the pool rental thing, there were dozens of people in our area that were renting their pools out by the hour for you to come party at their pools.
Yeah.
Whatever. What was it called? Swimly? It's always the word and then Lee at the end of it. Except for this one.
Yeah.
It's called Sniff Spot. No, I just don't. Again, like the juice is not worth the squeeze. Because let's say I even made $30 a day.
Yeah.
And that seems like on the high end, right? It's $210. I mean, that's 5 days a week, so that's $150 a week. But I feel like
that's probably what you could be making at some side hustles, and you don't even have to really do anything other than pick up poop occasionally.
But I know there is a headache we are not considering
Oh,
that
of
would
course there is.
show up by allowing people to use your yard.
What if the dog starts digging up your yard?
Oh, good call.
Right? Or just ruins something, or they ruin something, and then you got to fix that?
Kimmy, is this your first day with a microphone?
I don't know. It started off on a bad note, so it's just going to go downhill from here.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this new app. It is called Sniff Spot. It allows you, much like an Airbnb, to rent out someone else's yard for your dog to go run around. And these yards range from $5 an hour all the way up to $50 an hour based on what is in the yard and how big the yard is. It's funny, too. Like, I'm seeing some, saying screenshots of, bowls of water.
Yeah.
Balls.
Balls.
Free dog snacks.
Okay.
And that's like $40 an hour.
Oh, really?
It gets pretty expensive.
Oh, wow.
So now you're running like a dog resort.
I mean, I guess
it's like an all-inclusive for the day.
Like, let's say you have a nice piece of some land, and you just have
farm.
one big area fenced off. It would be worth it for you.
Oh, yeah, if you had like a farm, yeah. Or
Doesn't
like
even have to be a farm, just a big yard.
big old yard.
yard, farm, whatever you're into.
Farm and yard.
All right, so Kimmy brings up, let's say you made $30 a day, like in a hypothetical situation, $150. She says that's more than you would get for most other side hustles.
Yeah.
When it comes to the most common side hustles, right, as people are starting to look at their 401ks this week and they're going, oh, no. Which one is the best bang for your buck? The money you are making is worth what you are doing side hustle.
Like what I would have to make?
Which of the side hustles looks the most appealing to you right now of all the ones that you've seen? The Airbnbs, the Ubers, the DoorDash, all that stuff.
I guess Airbnb sounds like the one you'd make the most money, but you would have to have it sounds like you almost need two properties. You need your house and you need another house.
Oh, no, there are people that rent out rooms.
Oh, that's probably the most profitable.
But that's the one that you'd want to do?
No. But
That's what I...
but hold on. I
picture
want to
you-
make
I feel
money.
like
I don't care about what I want to do.
Well, no, I'm
You're
asking...
asking me I want to make
you.
money.
Oh, no. I'm
Yeah.
asking which one fits in your life the best. Because there are, you could drive Uber 20 hours every day, every moment you're not working and make a ton of money. It's going to kill you.
But that one looks like you don't make a lot of money. Because you're just wearing out your car. Like we did on doing stand-up.
Sure.
Like we did thousands of miles. Yeah, you'd make this money, but you destroyed a car.
Yeah.
So I don't know how these Uber people make money.
These Uber people.
Because like some of these people that drive Uber have pretty nice cars. We just used them in Chicago, and this one guy had a Lincoln Navigator, and I'm thinking and it was nice.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you're just ragging this car out, man. This is not a cheap car.
He could also be making the payments with the Uber.
Yeah.
But you're ruining the car in the process. So you know what I'm saying? Like
I get it.
all these side hustles. I knew a guy had a side hustle that sounded horrible to me, but he claimed he made money. And this when I first moved here, and he used to come on the old show. For $5, he would come by your house once a week and pick up all the dog crap in your yard.
Oh, yeah. I get
For $5.
flyers for people who do that.
So here's the funniest part about this cat. He drove a motorcycle. with two saddlebags. So he'd come to your house.
Yeah.
He'd pick up all your poop, put them in the saddlebags, and leave.
Ah. Did he use the poop for anything, or he just got rid of it?
He made $5. And I was thinking,
You could charge more than that.
I'm going back a few
Yeah.
years, but even then I'm going, man, that's a lot for $5, man.
I'm
How many
with you.
gigs you got to get to make your $5?
252.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm with you. Before
Make,
we get,
make bank.
No, I mean, I agree with you. And that doesn't seem like, you can get it done quick, but it doesn't seem like fun.
No, and it doesn't sound like you make a lot of money.
All right, I want to hear yours, Kimmy, but before we do, 252 WCMF, we started with Sniff Spot.
Yeah.
Belinda's on CMF. Hey, Belinda, how are you?
Hey, it's Melissa.
Melissa, Belinda
good.
doesn't really matter in this world.
I only have a second, but I just wanted to tell you that my daughter does Sniff Spot, and I got a cold. And we've been to dog parks several times, and my dog has ended up in the vet for surgery. Dogs clamped onto his neck and wouldn't let go, and he got a hole in his neck. And my son was too far because these dog parks are huge. By the time he got to him, he had to have a big hole in his neck. He had to have surgery. Another time, he got attacked. He got his ear bit off one time, like part of his ear.
Wait, hold on. Your dog got bit and you went back to the same park?
No, I didn't. My son took him. He'd like to take him to dog parks, and that was the end. After his ear got chipped, the end of his ear, and it was bleeding so bad that he had to have that surgery again. And then another time, we were just in the park at Ellison Park, and someone had broken glass on the path, and he stepped on it. His paw pad bled, which was puddles and puddles. It bled in an artery or something, and it was puddles and puddles. So we don't take him anywhere like that.
Your dog has worse luck than JFK.
I mean,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ,
Not
lady.
over.
It's not great.
The
It's
Kennedys had a
over
better
time.
run.
Not great.
But anyway, she takes him to Sniff Spot, and
Wait, the dog's still alive?
Cameras.
He's a fighter, man.
He's a limper.
He's a fighter. All right, so Sniff Spot does exist, and there are
right.
homes that do this in this
I
area.
didn't get Tommy to stop talking for a second.
Well, I mean, it's what he
just
gets
wanted
paid to
tell you,
do.
They have cameras. I know that's true. They have cameras and everything, and you're supposed to pick up your own dog's poop. And if they do anything bad, they just don't let you come.
Okay.
They don't.
If
let
you're a
the
bad
dog.
dog.
All right. Melissa, I thought you only had a second.
I know. I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. Melissa, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
And then the rains came and washed the dog away.
What?
You kept taking your dog
that
to the
dog-
park.
No, her son did. Her son is the dope boy.
But she raised him.
It's not funny, but it's funny. All right, I guess when
I mean,
your
you gotta
dog,
walk the dog, right?
your dog gets a hole in his neck. Well, you missed it out because he went to
Oh,
the
I
dog
missed the
park
first part,
once and he
sorry.
got hurt.
Gotcha.
Then
And
the
then
ear
it-
got
Oh
chewed
yeah,
off.
probably after
Second dog
once I'm
park.
done
Then
with the
the
dog
stepped
park.
on the glass.
Yeah.
Last stepping.
Yeah.
One of the worst BG songs of all time.
Last
Stepping on glass. On glass. So, okay. So then Sniff Spot does exist in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
There are people
Yeah.
who are
That
renting
makes
out their
sense.
yards then. Okay. All right. So, as Kimmy, when you were on the phone, we were talking about the
Side hustle.
side hustle that you're
Yep.
going to get the best bang for your buck. The Airbnb, the Uber, the DoorDash, all that stuff. Which one would you be most open to?
Does this one count? Because that would be the easiest.
So the Sniff Spot one.
Yeah, and even if, let's say, the dog comes in and digs some holes, that's better than somebody like destroying your house or your car.
Oh, really? Tell that to Tommy and his landscaping work.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Yeah, but you'd rather have that than somebody coming in and ruining your house.
No, well, yes. But
All right, hold on. Hole in the drywall. Ripping the
I'm not renting to that guy. I used to work with him.
hole in the drywall.
Yeah.
Ripping the seats in the back of your car, or 3 giant holes in your backyard. Which one bothers you the most?
The drywall.
The drywall?
Yeah, because I can fix a hole in the yard. I'm not a drywaller, and I don't know how to upholster.
Okay.
So I'm going to say the hole.
All right, so Kimmy's right. All right, so take Sniff Spot out of it then. Of the rest
Okay.
of them, which one is the most bang for your buck in your opinion?
I mean, the one you're going to make the most on is the Airbnb if you can make it work in your life. So probably that one.
You have an extra room in your home, right?
Not really.
Okay. Let's say
It's more of like a closet.
But let's say the room was rentable.
Okay.
Would you be comfortable with people coming in and out with your
No, that'd be
husband and you
kinda
there?
weird.
No. Tommy,
I'd rather just let them have the house to themselves. Like, I wouldn't want to share the space.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
because like Airbnb, you can share a space with
Yeah.
someone. So
Yeah, you just rent a
Yeah.
room.
yeah, if you have an
Like
extra
if I
room,
had the ability to let them just stay there by themselves, I would rather do that than like split the like try to still go about my normal schedule while somebody's staying in the room next door.
But even with the Airbnb, there's a lot of work that goes into it that people don't think of. Like, not only does the house have to be, like, super immaculate.
Yeah, like there's like rules before you can even join, right?
And there's lots of people, if you stayed in an Airbnb, they have, like, these locks you can buy to keep people out of
True.
rooms.
It is weird.
Yeah, they're like combination locks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, like, you'd have to invest in that stuff to ensure all your
Yeah.
stuff stays safe. And then you do run the risk of something breaking, the guy you stay with melting completely all your Wi-Fi situation when you're in Florida, when you're messing with cords and things.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah, I remember that. All right, so I guess Kimmy's right.
about. Yeah.
This sniff spot, would be the easiest way to make money.
Oh, yeah.
But you're not going to make close to the amount
Yeah,
of money.
you're probably not making a ton, but maybe if you're looking for a little extra.
I mean, but you just got to be used to people coming in and out of your yard or your house and like sharing your space while you're there.
Yeah,
That would be weird.
yeah. And then, I mean, it could also give people the ability to case your house.
Oh, yeah.
If you're one of those people that think that.
Well, if you
way.
got nice stuff, yeah.
We have a dynamite. Watch your stuff.
Keep an eye on all your stuff.
Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hate.
Yep. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. We talked about 2 weeks ago with Easter a week from Sunday.
Yeah.
Brunch.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason we brought up this story in the DNC is how expensive Easter brunch has gotten. It was anywhere from like $40 a person up to $90 a person at the higher end brunch places.
Yeah.
We just had a discussion about money and
Yeah.
whether or not the eggs were worth it. But this gentleman who heard us wrote us a letter saying that if you are someone who goes out for Easter brunch, it says a lot about your family.
Oh.
And I'll give you a little spoiler. Not good things.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, you are sick of this cold weather.
Yeah. But yesterday was brutal. I mean, that was like mid-January crap.
It was not fun because, like, the cold this morning sucks
But no wind today.
and the snow yesterday.
Yes.
And it turned the roads into an ice rink.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a question.
Yeah.
Because there were a ton of accidents that we're going to touch on that happened yesterday morning. And everybody threw their hands up and goes, see how quick we forget to ride in the snow? But it did feel like something was missing.
Okay.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see it off. It was a rough one yesterday.
What happened?
Cold and wind and snow and ice and
Brutal.
And it made for a really nasty commute.
Yeah.
Like nasty. And, of course, folks throw their heads up and go, see what happens when we don't drive in the snow for just a couple of weeks? But it feels like there's something more to yesterday.
What do you mean?
That maybe something was missing.
What are we missing?
And maybe this bragging we've done up here in the Northeast for decades was a false brag.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. Most of the times when we see stories like this, men or women stealing stuff from these places, it's so they can flip it to make money.
Yeah.
However, one person in this room says in this specific story, based on one little detail, this was not a flip situation, but these guys wanted this.
Might have been for their own personal use.
And you're basing it solely on their
Names and ages.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get to the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So the snowy spring weather yesterday led to a ton of crashes across the greater Rochester area during morning rush hour.
Yeah.
490 specifically had a ton of people that had spun out, hit each other
Yeah.
because the road conditions weren't great, right? And it makes sense that, you know, if you haven't driven for a little while in the snow, all of a sudden you forget how to do it. In fact, that was the rallying cry yesterday from a bunch of people. I forgot how to drive.
Yeah.
But I have a theory.
What's your theory?
And look, I will say up front, maybe I'm wrong. I know there are people listening that actually know this, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Were the roads so bad yesterday with the snow and the ice because nobody salted?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't see any trucks out. Did
you see? I didn't see a truck.
No.
Did you see a salt truck? I didn't
No.
see a single one.
I mean, usually you don't see it that late in the year.
Okay. You guys felt how slick the roads were yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was taking my time.
Because there were a couple of times on the way home where I was like, whoa,
Yeah.
did not expect it. It was like, oh, moving sideways.
But they didn't really call for this either. Like,
No.
I watched the weather every night. They didn't say it was going to be that bad.
I'm sorry, it's time for our old man timeout.
I wish it was all the time.
No, I sent Stacey Pension a very mean email. Very disappointed.
Yes, but I mean, like, you normally, even when you don't expect it, the salt trucks come rolling out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this late? I mean,
they-
we're almost Easter.
I understand. Again, this happens every single
I don't remember
year.
that kind of weather this close to Easter.
It wasn't even that bad.
Oh, it
It
snowed on
sucked.
Easter before.
It snowed
Like
after
that?
Easter before.
yeah.
Sideways, goddamn chill down to 5.
Yeah, it's usually when it snows.
Like, look, okay, old man wave. Can we mark this? Because every year we have this same
I can
discussion.
remember smoking cigars Easter Sunday.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, sometimes it's
And
you
it-
never know what you're going to get.
I mean, the priest was pissed off, but I mean, I did it anyway.
We had 60-degree weather on St. Patrick's Day, and then it snows
Yeah.
again. It's called fake spring. Where have you
That's
been?
March, mofo.
It is amazing to me how your brain just wipes out every year how weather works in
I
Rochester.
get being mad about it. Like, it does piss me off every year. But I can't be
sucks.
surprised that it happened.
I thought we were getting warmer.
No, I mean, it just swings back and forth.
No, but I thought we were getting
next
hotter.
week. Next week, maybe. Possibly.
So going back to the roads yesterday, 252 WCMF, 252-9263.
Yeah.
Were they not salting the roads in the greater Rochester area, or at least in some places? Because we know there has been a salt shortage
Right.
this year. And we've heard 15 different theories as to why there was a salt shortage. But did they run out of salt?
Oh.
Are they holding on to the salt to try and like keep it for next year? Were they really just not aware that it was going to be that bad? And by the time it hit, they were like, whatever,
right.
we'll let it ride out? Am I crazy?
I forgot about the no salt.
But you would think like they haven't salted in a while. So does it build back up again in between, or do we just have like one set
Ooh, good question.
amount for a winter?
No, I was under the impression that towns, villages, cities bought for like an entire season,
Okay.
and when that
so
ran
maybe
out,
they were running low.
you were in serious trouble.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are there towns that are completely out of salt right now?
Good. Oh, I thought they were already out of salt.
No, they were dangerously low.
Well,
Like,
that sounds like we're out. If I go dangerously low, I'm assuming we ain't got none.
okay, there were towns.
Like, I'm always dangerously low on cash.
Yeah, but you still somehow managed to buy 7 tracksuits. That's the difference. You have the money. You have dangerously low money, yet every Thursday there's a brand new tracksuit sitting across the bin. No, like there were stories towards the end of actual winter where towns were debating whether or not they should be, what's the word I'm looking for?
Roll the dice on
No.
salt.
They were going to salt, but they were going to hold some of it back,
Okay.
not salt as much as they
Lightly
had before.
salt.
Yes. All right, so if that is the case,
Yeah.
if yesterday the reason the roads were so bad is that no town, city, village, whatever
Yeah.
were out salting, you kind of start to understand why when we see these major cities in the South, Atlanta comes to mind,
Oh, yeah.
that get like an inch of snow and it shuts down the
Oh, they're
city.
screwed.
Yeah. We want to think that they get shut down because they're a bunch of sissies, and we don't because we're superior drivers.
Yeah.
Right? They got their dumb Southern driving. They're stupid. But maybe the salt is the difference.
Oh.
Because
So we're not that good.
well, I mean, look,
I
yesterday,
mean, it helps.
It's the salt.
but yesterday wasn't that bad.
No.
Like, the snow was not that bad.
No.
And it was crazy on 490. How much of that stuff has to show up where they decide the salt is coming out? And if it is the salt that is the difference between places like Nashville, Atlanta, and us, maybe we're not as good at drivers in the snow as we thought we were.
Oh. So we've been exposed.
Maybe? I mean,
salt exposure.
are we ready to admit that?
No, of course not. We're not going to admit nothing.
I don't know. I think like we still have more experience in the snow.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, the salt helps, but I do think like if you grew up here your whole life, like like cautionary things to do when
Agreed.
it starts to snow.
Okay, fine. I mean, yes, with the added experience, maybe we're a little bit better. But we also have nothing but experience with plow trucks and snow trucks out, or salt trucks out
taking
doing
care
that
of
stuff
business.
for us, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you live in a southern city that doesn't have
It's
that
paralyzed.
infrastructure, yes.
Yeah.
So
But do we also get a little cocky because like yesterday it was snowing initially, but it wasn't really sticking. So we're like, it's probably just melting. Like it's not ice. Like we were just taking it for granted because we just figured like that's not much snow. Like we've seen way worse.
Okay,
Can't be that bad.
maybe.
And then it started to get worse throughout the afternoon.
I don't know. I started having sympathy for our southern brethren as I was on 490 watching these trucks slide back and forth between lanes, and there was barely any snow on the road.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Ton of accidents yesterday morning with the snow that showed up out of nowhere. It wasn't that much snow, but people were having a really hard time getting around. And I'm asking, is it because there was no salt? I didn't see any salt trucks. You didn't see any salt trucks?
No.
You didn't see any salt trucks? Okay. Who makes the decision to send out the salt trucks?
The Commissioner of Salt.
No,
The Department of Transportation and Salt. And also Mr. Salt.
Mr. Salt.
Mr. Salt also has to consult.
All right,
You need a salt consultant.
Does someone in Monroe County pick up the phone that's attached to all the towns and go, hey, you guys need to salt, or is it a town-by-town decision?
Oh, I thought every town took care of their own roads.
No, I understand they take care of the roads,
But
but
who says drop the salt?
like let's say, I mean, I'm asking, like it is very possible that every town decides if they're going to salt or not. It's also possible that there's like an overseer for the county.
Would that be the
makes-
county commissioner?
Well,
Mr. Bello. You have to go to Adam
that's
Bello.
that's the executive, not the commissioner.
Well, he's like the top guy of the county.
Yeah, executive, not commissioner.
But he's the one that controls everything.
No, I don't think he would make the call that you're salting.
Then that's the highway guy.
Okay.
Who else would it be?
I'm saying there would
you
be
think there's like one salt dick?
I don't think Adam Bello controls like transportation also. Like he's running the county and transportation and he's feeding the tiger at the zoo. Like he doesn't do all of that.
No, but he has to control it all.
Okay.
I think the flow of salt goes through Adam Bello. Who do you think?
No,
Isn't there like a guy, like a person?
That's the Department of Transportation.
yes, who runs the Department of Transportation from Monroe County?
Chuck. Chuck's always had that job.
Like
I
they
don't
decide
know.
whether
What, you want
to
a
release
name?
the salt or not.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy for a second.
Okay.
now.
I don't know if I can help.
No. I've always found it a little strange.
Right.
You're not Kimmy.
Yeah.
That each individual town handles their own plowing and snow.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that weather can be different 5 minutes away from different spots.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, you come in with completely different versions of the weather than Tommy and I do.
South of the Thruway, this guy.
Yeah.
But, like, here's the thing. Some towns are way better at taking care of snow and ice and salt and all that stuff
Well, they had the bank to do it.
than other towns. Yes, and almost everyone is going through multiple towns to get to work.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In the greater Rochester area, very few people live in the same town that they work in. And it gets to the point where you know exactly when you're in the next town, not based on geography, but based on when the road starts to get way worse.
Yeah, road conditions.
Right? Like we've all had that experience where we've crossed over to a town that doesn't do great with the plowing, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa! And then you're like begging to get back to the other side of that town where the roads are like good
Yeah,
again.
but like unless you're going out a ways, is there a town that's like notoriously bad at it?
I mean,
like
look-
I would still think like overall we're pretty good in Monroe County.
I mean, I know that like Greece has always been really, really good with getting the snow up.
Yeah, because it's a big
You
community.
need a heavy workforce for that.
Well, I mean, but I would think a bigger community would be harder because you have so many things to take care of.
Oh, I said they have more money.
I will say this.
But
When-
Pittsburgh is like amazing. So
Oh,
they.
no kidding.
What's that?
No kidding.
So in the morning, they've already got the roads are already plowed, and so are the sidewalks.
Wow.
So they have those little sidewalk like little guys going around, and they salt the sidewalk. So like by 6 o'clock in the morning, it's all done.
That's great.
and they do it all night, and it's all hand swept. They wipe everything down.
Oh yeah, that's
They sanitize.
That's because Adam Bello, head of Monroe County Brooms,
Yes.
puts the call in and says, "Go sweep it."
Well, he also owns Bellow Broom, so it's kind of nepotism.
252. He owns it, and it's nepotism.
Yeah, because his brother runs it.
But he owns it.
Yeah, the Bellow Brooms.
252 WCMF. Joe, save the show. How are you, buddy?
I don't know about saving the show, Duff. A little late, buddy.
What do you got, man?
Yeah, well, I think in each town, Duff, the state takes care of the main roads, the highways that are state-controlled, state-owned. And then those villages take care of their side roads and stuff like that. But I don't think it has anything to do with how much bank you got, because if that was the case, why do I got to go through 750,000 potholes in Pittsburgh every morning?
Oh, you gonna take that?
Burn.
You gonna take that, son?
You ain't him.
Highest tax, worst roads in New York State.
Ooh.
Where's the potholes?
Ooh.
Pittsburgh's beautiful.
He's called your baby
Oh,
ugly.
get them fixed, Tommy. Get them fixed now, buddy.
Fix it! Fix it!
Do your job.
Why don't you brush some of that salt from Bellow Brooms into the potholes? Fix all that stuff up. Joe, thanks
Got
for
to
the
drive into this cesspool every morning. Come on.
Joe, thanks for the
Cesspool.
call, buddy. He's not wrong. I drove down Monroe Ave the other
Yeah,
day.
Monroe Ave's kind of bad. Yeah.
Well, that's
You
because
gotta
it's
dodge
used so
some
much.
stuff.
Because everybody wants to go down there and buy things.
Fix it. Let's take a break.
All right.
Normally, we are used to seeing stories like this. These folks are committing these crimes just to make money.
Yeah.
They're going to flip this stuff. But Kimmy is under of the belief that this specific case is different, only because
Of the names and ages of the people involved.
Oh, all right.
we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Matt. Normally, folks commit these crimes to make money.
Yeah.
But someone in this room has a theory.
Oh.
Because, Kimmy, you're convinced these guys are going to be keeping all of this for themselves.
So this is a self-indulgent crime.
According to Kimmy, because of one specific detail in this story.
Look at you.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, as cold as it is now the time of year where kids start thinking about getting summer jobs. In fact, we just talked about this last week, whether or not you should help your kid get a summer job. But what's interesting about that is we kind of remember things differently than they actually were.
Oh, yeah.
And something I was sent yesterday is a reminder that if you were a teenager that had a summer job back in the day, it wasn't the most pleasant experience based on several different factors of you being taken advantage of over and over and over again. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. 3 men have been arrested after an incident at the Calkins Road Wegmans in Henrietta.
Oh.
Authorities say these men loaded a shopping cart with energy drinks and left the store without paying. They made it to their car, but that's about as far as they got. The 31-year-old, 33-year-old, and 22-year-old men were arrested, and police say they had $400
God damn, how much are energy drinks?
worth of energy drinks that they tried to steal in their cart. They've all been charged with petty larceny. So, Tommy, if I were to tell you this story, the motive in your head behind this crime would be?
Well, they're going to sell them to somebody.
Okay.
Like some kind of like little shop somewhere.
Makes sense, yeah. Well,
bodega.
Sure. And like we see that with meat, we see it with laundry detergent, we see it with diapers.
Yeah.
It's a very common crime. But Kimmy, you saw something in this story that makes you think it's a different situation.
Based on the names of these men and their ages, I think this is all for personal use.
They're going to drink $400 worth of energy drinks?
These guys in their 30s came up in the Monster Revolution.
The Monster Revolution.
The Monster energy drink?
So it's possible that these are just things that they drink on a daily basis, and maybe they sell them to a few buddies here and there. But this could totally be between the three of them, split between the three of them for personal use.
Okay, so you say it's the names. Now I want everyone to keep in mind these are just allegations.
Right.
But the first names of the 3 men in this energy drink caper are Zach, Nate, but then there's a Theodore, a Ted.
A Theo, Ted?
Ted or Theo?
Yeah. But it's written as Theodore?
It's written as Theodore, but they're going to use your government name.
Right.
So it's Zachary, Nathaniel, and Theodore. But I'm
Theodore
assuming,
definitely has a nickname.
Well, Theo. Right?
Would you go Teddy or Theo?
Theo.
Nobody. When's the last time you met a Theo?
Well, Teddy's an old name. I would go Theo over Teddy.
I know way more Teddies. I've never met a Theo in my life.
Oh, there's Theo.
Name me a single Theo.
Cosby's kid in the TV show.
Oh, yeah. How about one within the last 40 years?
Well, I would rather be a Theo than a Teddy.
Yeah, no. I mean, you're dressed like a man who'd rather be a Theo than a Teddy.
The Teddy that calls us is ancient.
His name's probably
Yeah,
Theodore.
it's not helping your case.
Named after Theodore Roosevelt. Very big in Indonesia. Anywho,
Yeah.
so you're telling me, Kimmy, Zach, Nate, and let's go with Theo are energy drink names.
I just think because I'm wondering how many actual cases you're getting for $400 because those drinks aren't cheap on their own. So you may not be getting that much of a profit split between 3 people.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like this could just be straight up. We just we're loading up for
Man, how
ourselves.
much of that crap do you drink?
Oh, I know people that drink multiple a day.
For what?
Because
Energy?
I mean, think
No, but it's
No, but
not. It doesn't really give you energy.
no, it does. I mean, think if you're not a coffee drinker, how many cups of coffee do you drink a day?
I drink a ton, but I have no energy.
But that would be their coffee.
All
That
right.
would be their caffeine. So if let's say you drink 2 a day, I mean that adds up quick.
Right.
All right, so now that you've brought up coffee, Tommy,
Yeah.
the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you think you can look at a guy and know if he is a coffee versus energy drink person?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. What does an energy drink person look
A
like?
douche like you. With the every occasion, there's a ball cap on your head. There's a hoodie on all the time, and you're loud. You're
drink-
a loud hoodie cap wearing douche.
I don't drink energy drinks, so
No,
you're wrong.
but you don't drink coffee. You're a soda drinker.
Yeah.
Your soda is your energy drink.
No. Soda is not energy drink.
Yes,
Kimmy,
it
you
is.
can back me up on this.
Because you
I
drink
mean,
the soda.
you drink it for the caffeine.
It's full of fake sugar and caffeine. Like your old man.
You use
My dad does
Splenda!
drink a
He's
lot of energy.
He drinks Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
We
There was
used-
like that energy drink version of Mountain Dew he was on for a while.
That's
Yeah.
like a high douche drink, man.
No wonder he doesn't sleep at night.
Kimmy, what does an energy drink person look like?
Her dad, you.
I do not look like an energy drink person.
Yes, you
I
do.
have not had an energy
You're constantly talking about your workout. You're constantly up and about. You fidget. You're a fidget.
I'm a fidgeter.
You are such a fidgety fazzuck. You can't sit still. You're constantly woo, woo,
You do the same thing. You see, you're doing it right now. You're literally doing it right
don't
now.
know what's
I have
happening.
no energy as he's doing miming on the radio.
It's like a pat
Is this
dance.
a dance? A new wedding craze?
Yes. Everybody, come on. We're going to do the pat.
Come on, baby. Shut up.
You fidget all the time.
You're
man.
also a
You're
fidgeter.
nervous as crap.
Oh my God.
I ain't nervous about nothing.
Yeah, because you
No,
have
we
no
know.
soul, man. Kimmy, what does an energy drink person look like?
Okay, an energy drink person is the same guy that goes to the 7-Eleven to buy a Slim Jim every day. Same guy.
I don't eat Slim Jims either, so shut
But
They
up.
get
you
they
did.
get their daily snacks at a 7-Eleven. They probably spend a lot of time in their car. Like they have a job where they drive around a lot.
Okay.
He's in his
It's like-
car constantly. He's constantly going. When he goes and gets gas, he has to go inside the convenience store for some reason to get something every damn
Soda?
day. Yeah, you're a convenience store guy.
That's different than an energy store guy, or energy drink guy.
the same guy, man.
Okay, I think that you guys are both off, and I think that you'd be shocked how many high-end looking people, because I know you think that energy drinks are trash. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, you trash.
Okay.
If you drink energy, you trash.
How many high-end people with high-end jobs are drinking energy drinks instead of coffee?
Yeah, but those people are drinking like the healthy, quote, healthy version of energy drinks. Well, this has vitamins and blah, blah, blah. Like it's the same thing, but it's just like packaged differently. Like I could appreciate somebody who just drinks like a straight up brightly colored can of energy drink versus like the hidden health energy drink.
That stuff scares the hell out of me. I'm gonna be honest, and maybe that makes me sound like a puss, man. If it's neon colored, I am horrified
Oh, all right.
of that energy drink, and I can't tell what's. I don't know what taurine is, but it sounds like it should be in a battery. Am I wrong? I mean,
I don't know.
okay, no, I'm serious. So you judge then energy drink guys.
Oh yeah, like it always baffles me people that I look down upon people that don't start their day with coffee.
So you think coffee guy is classier than energy?
Oh,
drink?
you're
Yeah, but you're
a
even
more evolved human being.
You're calling
that's
yourself
not
a
true
mom?
because you're even snobby about what kind of
Oh,
coffee
yeah.
people drink.
Oh yeah. If you a low drinker or a high drinker.
So like there's a hierarchy of coffee
Oh
drinkers
yeah.
in your mind.
There's yeah.
Oh, what's the lowest coffee?
Well, your standards. You
What?
get Folgers. Like if you're
That's
like
like
a
some of the-
Maxwell if you're old school Folgers drip percolator guy,
I don't even know what you just said.
you drinking low.
Okay, bro, those are two of the most popular coffee brands in America.
I understand.
Kimmy, can you Google the most popular home coffee brand in America?
Probably
please?
Folgers.
I bet you it's Folgers. So everybody's trash?
Well, everybody's low,
Wow.
and then you move up from there.
Wow.
You used to do the same thing when you were smoking cigarettes.
Well, what about it?
If you were a low puffer or a high puffer,
I would go to the res.
Right, you were low puff, and you would mock guys that would be Marlboro,
No, I wouldn't
which was like
mock.
this. Oh my God, I heard you,
I was
man.
envious of them. I wanted.
Envious. You
It was,
spewed hate on those people.
I was over here smoking a toe. Meanwhile, they get.
Yeah.
And by the way, there was a time when I was high. When I was 18, I was smoking clove cigarettes.
Oh.
Dejarin Blacks. Those things were like $10 a pack, with the rest were
Yeah,
$3.
you smelled like a Christmas ham.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Okay, the most popular is actually Starbucks.
Home coffee?
Yeah, so it goes Starbucks, Dunkin', Folgers, Maxwell House,
Man.
New
Man,
England
we
coffee.
elevated our game, bro.
New England coffee. Yeah, you've seen. Isn't that the
Yeah.
stuff they sell at most gas stations? A New England
Could be.
coffee company.
Probably, yeah.
252 WCMF. We started this conversation with three men out in Henrietta that were arrested for allegedly stealing $400 worth of energy drinks. Kimmy is of the belief this was not to flip, but for personal consumption, because again, the men accused of this crime are named Zach, Nate, and Theodore. And according to her and their ages in their 20s and 30s, those are energy
Those are
drink guys.
prime. They're in their prime energy. Prime is an energy.
They're
drink,
prime,
actually.
prime?
Yeah, prime.
All right, we've been saying guys this whole conversation. Are there women who go energy drink over coffee?
Like workout women, I guess.
So I
right?
know. Okay, I don't know.
Like muscle woman?
What?
Okay, pre-workout is different
Yeah,
than
that's
energy
different.
drink.
So there's this brand.
excuse me,
I'm just- no,
kettlebell
'cause-
boy.
no, but like
you mock my coffee. See, there's a big difference between pre-workout and
No, there
energy.
is. I don't touch any of them, but I'm saying there was a difference between someone who takes a pre-workout and someone who drinks energy drinks all day.
Why would figure a woman that drinks that stuff is working out?
Oh, no.
I'm just saying to me.
I'm out of the loop with everything. So
Like
this
if
is what
she's
I think.
like a yoga person or
You think with yoga women are drinking energy drinks? That's a calm, relaxed
Yes.
But I
scenario.
thought yoga's hard. I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you need.
No, I don't think that.
God.
I don't know a lot of yoga people who do yoga regularly that drink a lot of energy drinks. I don't
Right.
associate those two.
All right.
I could be wrong. But there is like this energy drink called Celsius that I know
Oh,
a
that's
lot
an energy
of
drink?
women drink. Yeah, but they brand it differently. So I guess I don't really know enough about it to call it an energy drink, but I
Okay.
think it's along the same lines.
Well, it's funny though, like our entire lives, Kimmy, because we came of age in the energy drink boom of the late '90s, early 2000s.
The Red Bull,
yeah, that
right?
kicked it off, and then came the 5-hour energies
Yep.
and the Monsters and the whatever else came. Right. For my entire life,
Yeah.
energy drinks have solely been marketed towards men.
Well, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
The biggest can possible. It's black and it's green and big old. Your dong will get bigger. Energy drink.
Well, think about Red Bull sponsors. It's nothing but daredevil crap.
Yeah.
True that.
Yeah.
Like you got to go up in a hot air balloon, touch the sun, and then jump.
Excuse me while I touch this.
Like they sponsor cliff diving, which
Yeah.
I thought wasn't a thing anymore. That's something I watched on Wide World of Sports in the '60s.
Kimmy doesn't know what that is.
No, but it's back.
Rob writes us, good morning. As a 47-year-old man, my daily intake of a Monster to wash down 3 Tylenol a day is purely a necessity. If you found out that a buddy of yours was a Monster Energy guy over coffee,
Yeah.
would that make you keep him at arm's length a little bit?
Oh yeah. And I
Really?
felt bad because he can't afford Coke. Like he's taking pills and an energy drink because you can't do a bump in the morning.
Energy drink, I think, costs more than cocaine right now.
How
Those-
much are the goddamn cans of energy?
Those things can go for like $4, $5, $6 a can.
And
mean,
there's
they're
no
huge.
booze. Man, what a racket!
What do you mean? What? Coffee is a racket?
What racket of coffee? What are you talking about?
How much do you spend a day on coffee?
I don't know.
No, you do.
I just ordered more cases of coffee.
Would you say you spend at least $20 a day?
No, because I make it at home.
Every cup?
Yeah, but you make a lot.
Every cup you make at home?
So the all right. So the can I buy is
Oh, you buy canned coffee because that to me sounds like an energy drink.
it's ground
You
coffee in a can.
are
I
what?
don't drink the can of grinds.
You're not far.
Well, no, they sell those canned coffees, Kimmy.
Oh yeah, they do. Like the
don't like
cold
those.
brews.
I don't like it doesn't that warm. It doesn't make you feel good.
All right. So the cans I buy them on Amazon.
Okay.
They're $13 a can. I get 6 in a case.
And how many coffees do you get out of that? you
I
think?
don't get a full week out of that can.
Oh, my God.
So I probably get 5 days out of the can.
And when you stop at Wegmans on the way home and you get your coffee, and let's not pretend like you don't because everyone knows you do.
I do.
What does that cost?
So that one is $4.
Okay. So you're spending as much as an energy drink.
Yeah, but it's
You're the same guy.
But no, I'm way
Your
cooler.
energy drink Tom.
I think a coffee drinker is a more sophisticated person than some skateboard and slam a can afternoon jerk.
I do picture everybody who drinks energy drinks at some point was interested in BMX or X Games sports in their life.
Again, Kimmy, every guy of our age
Yeah.
was interested in X Games.
Even if
but
it
they
didn't work out
still
for you, you
are.
still went to the skate park and held a skateboard in your hand.
We were asking about women and energy drinks.
Yeah.
Danielle writes us on Instagram. The easiest way to get us at Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. My husband and I are power lifters. Our drink of choice is Red Bull. We usually stick to one a day.
My husband and I are power lifters.
Getting after it, man. They got holes in the drywall. She says the really popular girly drinks are Alani. Am I saying that right?
Not sure. Never heard of that one.
But she does the power drink.
She would know.
Because she's
Power
a power.
drink. No, she's a power lifter. She drinks energy drink.
Okay, all right, but to work out.
It's one Red Bull.
She wants the muscles.
Okay, I guess I stand corrected. You were right about everything you said in this entire discussion. Let's take a break.
All right.
You know, if your kid wants to go out and buy energy drinks,
Yeah.
you do it with your own damn money. I'm
Yeah,
not
no
spending.
kidding.
Go get yourself a job.
$5 a can.
It's that time of year where kids are starting to put out resumes, try and figure out what they're going to do summer job-wise
Yeah.
if you're a teenager. And I've never met a parent, Tommy, that has discouraged their kid from getting a summer job.
Right.
But maybe that's something we should start thinking about. because something showed up on social media yesterday that we're going to discuss.
What did they say?
It's a reminder that the memories we have now
Yeah.
of the jobs we worked as kids may not be the actual memories. Because if there were employees that were going to be taken advantage of,
Yeah.
pushed around, bullied by grown-ass people, it's going to be the kid.
Oh.
And if you really remember what happened to you, do you want that for your son or daughter? And I'm looking right at you based on some of the stories you've told. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. The idea?
What's that?
Your kid earns some of their own money. They learn responsibility. But it doesn't always go that way.
Really?
Well, Tommy, despite the fact that things have changed, anyone that's had a summer job as a kid, you've been treated a certain way.
Yeah.
And when we actually sit down and think and remember what our teenage working years were like, are you sure you want that for your kid too? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Scams everywhere, all the time. And we have another story here in our area of an attempted scam on a gentleman. But what's unique about this story,
Yeah.
if you're going to try and scam me, I think it's only fair that you do your research before you make the phone
Yeah,
call.
do your homework.
Like the most basic of homework. We're going to tell you one lucky man who may have gotten the laziest scammer of all time attempting to take his money just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story starts with a lawsuit.
A lawsuit.
So I got a direct ad on Instagram yesterday. I will read it to you. You ready? Quote, abused by your Abercrombie & Fitch bosses? This outrageous behavior must not be tolerated. The path to justice starts with joining our forces. And then there is a name of an attorney firm.
Okay.
And it's a class action lawsuit for people that worked at Abercrombie & Fitch back in the day.
At the store.
You got it. And, I mean, look, it was bad there. There was a whole documentary made
But that
about
was
it.
about the models, not the people that worked at the store.
Oh, no, it was about the store employees,
really?
too. Yeah.
And technically, everyone who worked in the store, they considered like a model.
Yeah.
Like they would
Unless they didn't, and those people were treated very poorly.
Oh.
So they would recruit certain looking
Yeah.
kids,
Yeah,
which is disturbing in itself. But there are lots of folks who worked at Abercrombie & Fitch that have endless stories of being treated like absolute garbage. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
If we're being honest, if you are of a certain age, you can hear us right now. Whatever job you did as a kid probably was not the best experience.
No, probably not.
And you probably didn't know it at the time. You know, like at the time you just thought this must be normal. But
Yeah.
looking back, maybe you're like, maybe that wasn't so great.
Well, look, I mean, teenage kids, despite the laws that existed, were kind of used at their jobs for whatever.
Yeah.
Hours under the table to beat child labor laws. Dangerous stuff that they had you do that you were not supposed to do.
Yeah, it was me.
Grown-ass men and women that would try and intimidate the hell out of teenage kids to get you to do things that they didn't want to do. That was a normal...
That was a job.
Okay.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I want to hear the stories.
Yeah.
What was the worst teenage job experience you had? And there is a reason why I am asking. Tommy?
Yeah.
If we all collectively had these experiences at jobs as kids, why do we want our kids to go out and do the same thing now?
Well, to see how good you have it, right? Like if your kids have it pretty sweet, they have no idea what it's like to have an actual crappy job that you don't want to do that you have to do for money. I mean, it is a good life lesson. Isn't
Okay, yeah, but see, you're doing it at baseline, and you're doing that misremember thing because you have a grandson now,
Yeah.
right? And in a decade or two, he's going to grow up, right? And he's going to get a job. Would you want your grandson to have the same working experience you had at 14, 15, 16 years old?
I don't think the kids should be drinking like that at that age. No, of course not.
I mean, you're making a joke, but that did happen.
It did happen.
They gave you booze at how old?
I was 15. Yeah. And then I was working with my dad's scumbag employees that he called hippies and communists that he didn't like, but employed them to work at that in the TV studio.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I know I wouldn't want that, but I think that's wrong. I think that's a pampered way of thinking. I don't think my way of thinking is right.
Oh.
I think the kids should have that job.
You want? Okay. All right.
Don't you think? I mean, because right now, my grandson, the kids do well, and the kid is insulated.
Uh-huh.
And would it be a bad thing for that kid to see what it actually looks like to have a job?
Okay.
That is a job. Will you come home smelling really bad because you had to do some grimy work?
Okay, but I think there's a difference between hard work and being taken advantage of as a naive child.
But that's how the world works. Right?
Not really, because if you're a 30, 40, 50-year-old person and it gets to a point where it's like, I don't want to handle this anymore, you can walk out the door and go find another job. That's the thing that can happen.
Yeah.
As a kid, Kimmy, I don't know about you, I was terrified of disappointing
Oh, yeah.
adult bosses
Yeah,
that I had in those jobs.
Yeah, you had to be a crowd pleaser.
Even
And
though
they
the
knew
job
it.
didn't matter in the long run. But, like, yeah, you're right. Like, it was everything to you at the time to earn that respect.
I mean, think about something as simple as the power your kid's boss has over them,
Yeah.
right? I mean, as a parent, do you worry about how many hours they would work? As a parent, if you found out that your kid was in trouble at work, would you automatically side with the boss if there are problems?
Mm-hmm.
Or would you hear your kid out and consider that maybe the boss did something wrong?
All right. I mean,
Because your father was always siding with the boss.
oh yeah, because he was a boss.
My father was always siding with the
Right.
boss.
He's a
And-
policeman, so he's both of our fathers had positions of authority.
Isn't that terrifying?
Yeah, it is. It is.
But it's
yeah.
weird because, like you're saying all this back to me, yet you still think the experience you had was a good experience.
I do, based on my insulated upbringing.
Okay.
I mean, and I think it helps. At least for a kid like me, because I wasn't hitting the books.
No, I hear you.
I was a bottom feeder,
Hey,
man.
look, if there's
And
one thing that you got out of it, it's hard work, determination, good work
Alcoholism.
ethic. Yeah.
As a kid, too, like, I'm thinking how easy it would have been for an employer to, like, manipulate my paycheck. Because I didn't go through and count the hours and how much I was making. I just thought, oh, that looks like a good chunk of money.
Yeah, I mean,
Can't wait to go spend this.
the
Like,
excite-
I never actually checked into it. So, like, I would assume that most of the time it was like the fair amount. But to be honest, they could have probably taken a little off the top every time, and I would have never known.
But that helps you to read through the BS, getting screwed over like that. Like thinking like every adult has your best intentions, and they don't.
Right.
And when you realize that in real time, that's a good life lesson.
or it breeds a bunch of people who blindly follow authority because they never learn that these people are screwing you
Well,
over.
you're going to find out.
Ow!
You'll find out what kind of kid you got. You will.
What
Because
if-
if your kid's always insulated and then he goes out in the real world and gets the shaft, find out now.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about teenage jobs. There's a class action lawsuit apparently trying to be started against Abercrombie and Fitch for folks that were being treated poorly
Yeah.
when they were kids working at those jobs. Do you want your kid to have the same job experience you had as a teenager? Steven's on CMF. Hey, Steven, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Yo.
So I used to work at a fast food restaurant, and we made minimum wage, and they had us do a lot of garbage. But one time, I was working the store with my manager, and it was just me and him. And I went to go home, and there was a fist fight brawl in the parking lot between about 3 drunk guys. And my boss had told me to go outside and break up the fight.
Oh, my God.
How old were you?
I was about 18 years old.
Okay.
And he wanted me to go outside and break up the fight because he did not want me to call the police to have to deal with it.
Well, it was CMF night.
Did you go do it, Steven?
No, I really didn't want to get into it, and they were all covered in blood. And the funny part was, though, I couldn't go home because they were blocking my car.
Steven, thanks
a-
for the call, buddy.
that's
Have
a
a good
dick
rest of the
boss,
day. No,
man.
but
I
I mean,
probably would have, like, if the boss told me to do something, I would have been like, well, if they think it's okay. You know, like, you just put that blind trust in, that person that is in charge of you for that period of time.
no, to your point, short of somebody going into my pants, there is nothing that an adult could have told me in my jobs I had at 15, 16, 17 that I would not have done.
So one of the funniest things I ever saw, and it was the most demeaning thing I watched a kid had to do. I'm working at the grocery store, and it's Florida, so we get these torrential downpours, and the part of the parking lot notoriously flooded. It was always in the employees section. So our big supervisor guy happened to be at the store, and he's in a suit, nice suit, right? And his car is in that flooded area, and he has to go. He gets inside a shopping cart. Now, this is a grown-ass man, and makes one of the bag boys push him in the water
Oh, my God.
to his car so he could get into his car and go to his next thing. So picture you see a grown-ass man in a suit crouched out in a shopping cart while this kid in his dress shoes and stuff has to wade through there and it's Florida water, bro. It's not the nicest, so he could get into a car.
Okay, you're proving my point.
Yes, but God, it was funny to watch.
Okay. There is an issue
Yeah.
that needs to be talked about that no one really considers about youth jobs.
What's that?
High school jobs. The idea, Tommy, of the summer job is a job that your kid can do to make a little money till they either go to college,
Yeah.
go into the workforce for a real job, whatever the future holds. But as Kimmy brought up, being paid in your first high school job is very intoxicating.
Oh, yeah.
And if your kid lucks out and manages to find a job that pays well for a teenage kid, they could decide, well, this is my plan now.
Yeah.
No, but you say
It's
that
a little too good.
exactly. Like if your kid finds a job that pays them under the table and gives them more hours than they should, even though, look, $15 an hour minimum wage, $20 an hour, there are kids that can find jobs that do that. $20 an hour is not going to.
Oh. I know, but man.
But that's what I mean. Like even now you're thinking about $20 an hour. Like, if you break down what $20 an hour is annually, you are not going to be able to be an adult person and make it rent, groceries, family on $20 an hour.
I know, but that's what happened to me because I was working almost 40 hours, more than 40 hours a week going to school, and I had all this cash when I graduated high school,
Yeah.
And I was like, God damn, man, this is great.
But you didn't go anywhere.
Of course not, man. I blew it all.
But that's my point, man.
As soon as my old man, I got a hold of that cash, man, it was party time.
Okay. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Kimmy, you brought up wage theft, as you put it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or like hidden fees or whatever, or taking away maybe tips you thought you were supposed to be earning.
Funny you bring that up.
Yeah.
Dave writes, I worked at, all right, we'll leave names out of it. This is a fast food place. Says, our bosses had us working 50 hours a week under the table, but they still took taxes out even though they paid us in cash.
Under the table
my
tax.
God.
And they told us they were donating our tips to charity. Do you think there was really a charity?
Yeah, the human fund.
Look, wage theft, to Kimmy's point, has to be one of the biggest problems for kid jobs, especially back in the day.
Yeah, if it's your first job, 15, 16, you're like, yeah, that sounds right.
You never know.
Well, yeah, because when I
don't know
started at that company, when Dixie, they paid us out of the till. So they came around once a week. The head cashier, she had like a ledger, and then they paid you cash out of the till. And I never did the math.
But let's say
she could have ripped us off.
Let's say you realized you were being ripped off.
Right.
Put yourself in your shoes at 15, 16, 17. Would you have said something?
No, because as soon as you say something, you're in trouble.
Bingo.
You're either fired or you got that guy in trouble. You don't make waves.
No, that's a good idea. Let's teach that to our kids at a job at their 15, 16, 17.
Sometimes you gotta bite. But hold on now. Sometimes you gotta eat and you gotta bite the bullet. And sometimes you want to keep that job, you got to pay the man.
Sometimes you want to keep that job, you have to let fraud happen.
Yeah, fraud.
Are you out of your mind?
Fraud happens, bro.
Are you?
Fraud happens,
Okay,
bro.
then-
Don't
then-
put that on a T-shirt.
Okay, then go shoot your mouth off and see how far you get.
It's not shooting your mouth off when you're saying, pay me what you told me you'd pay me.
I understand, bro.
Oh, is that 1%er Tommy coming back in again?
But,
Bust the unions. I'm telling you, like, shut them down. Shut them down. Eviscerate the proletariat.
But they're just gonna gas you. You're gonna be out.
Oh, I don't get to keep a job that I'm
Unless
not.
everybody's like, hey, you know what? Tommy's got a point. And then everybody's like, hey, I think you owe us all or we're going to quit. And they're like, hey, we kind of need you guys, so don't quit. Here's your money.
They make a lot of movies about whistleblowers. They never end well.
Yeah, the 15-year-old whistleblower at the grocery store.
Karen
Shut up.
Silkwood, buddy. Watch it and learn.
I love Tommy.
Keep
Hey,
your-
guys.
Keep your mouth shut.
Hey, guys, maybe the boss is right. He needs to have another car. Let's keep on working. Keep your head down, boys. Keep going. We got more messages coming in. Instagram. Stacy writes us on Instagram. Easiest way, Duffy on WCMF to get us on Instagram. My best friend dated our manager at a fast food place.
Oh.
She was 16. He was 29.
Oh, no.
All right.
Oh, no.
Also a big issue nobody talks about with high school jobs.
All right, so that was rampant when I worked in the grocery. I told you, we would go to, people had parties at their houses.
Yeah.
And everybody in the store was invited. And, half the store was part-time work, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there would be kids there just boozing it up, smoking weed, having a ball, doing all the adult stuff. And, yeah, there was adults and teenagers there.
Your kid working alongside grown-ass people can be super problematic.
A lot of those girls got to be deli managers.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
We all remember those guys at our high school jobs, right? They were super cool when you were 17. But
They're
now
a little older, because it kind of showed you the ropes.
they had tattoos. Oh, wow, he's got tattoos.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see Jesus with a crown on. But then, you look back
Wow, he's got a pool table.
wow, pretty cool. But now you look back on it,
Yeah.
and their rusted-out Chevy Corsica and their dingy white Yankees fitted cap, and you realize what freaking losers they were.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but their
but they-
apartments always had a ton of beer.
And then, even looking back on it now, like they did look like they were enjoying life. Whether or not you see that as sad now or not.
Like South Florida was full of those dudes, man.
Yeah.
Most of them are now, like are in government. Like I can remember, like one dude's house, like everybody would go to on Friday, and there was and he had like a cruddy little South Florida apartment. There had to be 20 people at this place after work on a Friday just partying, and it was always his place. I couldn't even say what the place looked like because I'd never seen it without 20 to 30 people crammed into it.
I want to believe that things are different now, right? That everything is so buttoned up. That
It is.
Okay,
It is. Goodbye.
that there is no way they could get away with what they got away with back then.
How can you get away with it?
Well,
now?
because I'm sure your father thought that about his jobs as a kid versus jobs now. I'm sure my father thought about that when his job as a kid versus the jobs I had as a kid. I mean, the fact of the matter is this: you're never going to get rid of some scummy business owners.
Yeah, but I mean, it's got to be a way tougher now with the way things are.
Bro, they found actual factories in the Midwest where there were like 11 and 12-year-old kids working.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple stories of
Oh,
that.
the kitty meatpacking place.
Yes. Not a joke. You can go Google the stories yourself. So, like, look, I want to believe it, but I also feel like I'm being naive when I'm thinking, like, this stuff doesn't go on anymore.
All right.
The wage theft and the taking advantage of the kids, making them do whatever, and the 29-year-old dating a 16-year-old. Bro, I got my daughter, she's turning 15 in August. I want her to go get a job, but I don't want to put her in a situation that could fill in the blank of any of the things we just talked about.
Yeah, but doesn't she also need to learn how to navigate all those obstacles? Because they're not going to go away. Those same obstacles are going to be there when she turns 18 and gets a job, or when she's 21 and is out of college and she has to go get a job. I mean, that environment's always going to be there to some degree, and it's better to her learn how to handle it. She's a smart kid.
Yeah, sure. It's great if she learns how to handle it. There's always a possibility she doesn't.
But then what do you do? How do you? Where's that teachable moment?
I don't know. But again, like you think everything is going to end in a Cosby episode. Okay, that's the wrong way. In
Full House.
Full House, thank you, episode. Where it's like, oh, we all learned something today. No, sometimes the 29-year-old kid knocks up the 17-year-old hostess.
Okay, but I mean, that's an extreme example.
Is it? Kimmy?
I did not know that many pregnant teen girls.
You were saying something.
Probably 30%.
Kimmy, I'm
I
sorry.
was going to say, I think it's always going to exist because there's always going to be somebody who,
Yeah.
like, just enjoys bossing around teenagers. You
I
know,
love
like
how
what
he
get.
goes, yeah, you're disagreeing with his points. But no, you're right, Kimmy.
Like, it's just always going to exist. Like, somebody's going to get a little power hungry, realize they could take advantage of employees that are just willing to do whatever for the job. I don't think you're going to be able to eliminate that.
We watch it happen with grown-ass people.
Yeah.
What makes
Yeah.
you think a 15, 16, 17-year-old kid?
But you got to learn how to deal with that stuff,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be successful, you have to learn how to deal with everything that comes your way.
Mm-hmm.
What?
It also.
You're not successful.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
No, but you're arguing the experiences you had made you a better person.
But I've done all right for
and
myself.
it didn't. No, you just.
Look at this sweater.
You know
Look
where?
at my sweater.
You know where I've seen this carry
Got a
over
Yeti mug.
into
Kimmy bought you that.
Yeah.
into adulthood is the kids that assume that extra responsibility makes them important at their job.
Ooh, good call.
Because we also knew those kids where like that older person or that manager or whatever didn't want to do it. So if that kid volunteered, great, you can have all the responsibilities with what you're making. And then that kid took it as, well, you know, I'm more important. And then that kid went on to be the adult that believed the same thing in the workplace.
Kimmy and I still remember the name of the same girl
Oh, really?
from back in the day
Yes.
who was that
Yeah.
person.
Oh, she
Yep.
was the boss.
I would love to know if that carried over into adult. No, she wasn't the boss.
Oh,
But they
But
gave
you
her a
thought
bunch-
she was.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
because I do it. All right, let's take a break.
yeah,
Scams are everywhere.
sure.
Got to keep your head on a swivel. Maybe you luck out like this guy did and get the world's laziest scammer. It happened on the east side. And here's the thing.
What's that?
Look, nobody wants to get a call from someone trying to rip them off, right?
True.
But if you're going to do this, the least you can do is have enough respect to do a little bit of research before we start this. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. you should do
Yeah.
the best work you can every single day.
Absolutely.
Because when you start to get a little bit lazy,
Oh, what happens?
that can cost you money.
Mm-hmm.
That goes for a white-collar job, that goes for a blue-collar job,
Mhm.
and that goes for a scamming job.
Yeah.
Because this story illustrates that maybe the folks trying to separate us from our money taking their eye off the ball a little bit.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. You can visit the contest page at WCMF.com right now.
Ooh, I'm going to win.
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Dweezil Zappa, The Rock's Apostrophe Tour. He's coming to the Kodak Center April 15th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com just after 7:45. How what happened last night proves, without a doubt, that Western New York sports fans are by far the most tortured in America.
What happened?
We'll get to it.
Oh.
Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Penfield. A man got a phone call around noon from someone identifying themselves as Sergeant Frank Hogan of Police Department Badge.
Police
No.
Department badge.
That's how he described where he works.
That is a quote.
He works at Badge.
That is a quote
Okay.
from the police report we have in this story. Sergeant Frank Hogan of the Police Department Badge.
Okay. That sounds like police academy.
100%.
Right?
Maybe that's where this guy learned all his police lingo.
Good.
It sounds like what you'd put into like AI or something. Like how that would create a fake police person.
Great call. So the sergeant
Yeah.
went on to tell this man who answered the phone that their daughter had been in a motor vehicle accident.
Oh, my God.
Now, the good news, according to Sergeant Frank Hogan of the Police Department badge, the girl is okay.
All right.
The bad news, well, Tommy, the accident was her fault. And because of that, they're holding her phone for evidence. So you can't get a hold of her even if you wanted to right now. The only person you can talk to is Sergeant Frank Hogan
From?
of the Police Department badge.
Okay.
Okay. Now, it's obvious what's happening. It's a scam. And we've talked at length the last couple of months about how intricate these scams can be.
Yeah.
How much research these folks will do on you specifically to make you believe something is seriously wrong and get your money. Turns out, this scammer is not one of the pros.
Oh, what happened?
Well, see, here's the thing. On top of the police department badge fiasco,
Yeah.
the man who took the call, who was told that his daughter was in an accident,
Yeah.
doesn't have a daughter.
Oh.
And when he told Sergeant Hogan this, the caller, quote, paused and then said, "Wait a minute, we mean your son."
I mean, insert family member here.
Yeah.
He said, "No way, we met your son." The caller then hung up, which bothers me a little bit. 'cause
Yeah,
you
keep
coulda
that
had,
going.
You
Yeah.
could have had some fun with this guy, right?
Yeah.
So the good news,
This is good news.
the guy didn't get scammed,
Yeah.
right? It was an easy scam to spot. It's also kind of nice to know that even scammers have lazy bad days.
Yeah.
Right? Like everything the scammer did from beginning to end was terrible. Now, do you think that this scammer had to like sit down with his supervisor and go over what happened?
Over at Badge.
Why he hasn't been bringing in the money.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm dead ass serious, right? Like, okay,
Here's what you're doing wrong.
do you think they record these scam calls and
Oh.
listen back to them to see how they went?
Oh, why not? You know? I mean,
Practice.
you want to get better at your gig, more money, right?
Yeah,
So,
but
like-
why would? Yeah, but then you're recording evidence that can be used against you later on.
Yeah, but I mean, what?
But if you're in some country where it doesn't matter.
bingo.
True.
Yeah.
But there's also bad in this, Tommy.
Why you what?
It proves that folks even working illegally can get lazy and not put in the most effort.
Yeah.
Isn't that how a lot of people get caught sometimes?
Possibly.
Like, they just have a bad day, an off day, and, they skip a step or something, and that's how they get caught pulling whatever scam that they're an expert in.
Good call. Now, look, the job, Tommy, that this scammer had, not
Yeah.
hard, right?
Yeah.
You just make a bunch of cold calls until somebody bites. All you have to do is have a semi-believable story to
It
folks.
sound like you're of authority.
You got it. But there's a few things that are clear here.
What's that?
One, the scammer was not prepared.
No.
Now, he did have a good police name.
Yeah.
Right? Sergeant Frank Hogan, great cop name.
Right.
I think my dad might have worked with him back in the day. But police department badge.
Yeah.
Two, he didn't do his research. He didn't know this man had no daughter.
And he didn't
Right.
have a backup for that.
Bingo.
No.
Bingo.
Yeah, just quit. You're done.
And that leads us to the third thing.
What's that?
he didn't let the caller give him the information he needed to scam him.
Yes.
Because all this guy had to say was, we have your kid got in an accident. And then you let the person say, oh, do you mean Tina or do you mean Steve?
Yeah.
And then you run the scam. This is day one scammer stuff. We don't even scam.
Yeah,
And we
true.
know how to do this.
Let them give you the information.
I also wonder, was this his first day scamming?
Oh, it could be day one. I mean,
Right?
everybody's got a day one.
Right?
Got to start somewhere.
Like,
Yeah.
a number one first call center scamming day, and they pull him aside and they go, listen, we
Maybe
appreciate
scamming ain't for you.
Oh, yeah. You know, let's get you into the insurance fraud game.
Right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, talking about the story. It happened out in Penfield. A man got a call around noon from a man identifying himself as Sergeant Frank Hogan of the police department badge. He then told him that his daughter had been in a car accident and that they had to confiscate her phone as evidence, and it was going to cost him some money. When the man told him he did not have a daughter,
Yeah.
the scammer said, oh, wait, we mean your son, and then the guy hung up.
Do you think you can learn and train to be a good scammer, or does that have to kind of come naturally? Like, you have to naturally be a good liar, somebody that's good at talking to people. Like, do you think like that's something you can actually get good at, or is that just something you have within you that you realize, you know what? I think I'm pretty good at this. Could make a living off of this.
I'm guessing you're a natural. Like, certain people have a knack for things. Like,
Yeah.
like my dad was a great salesman.
I knew you were going to do this. You think all salesmen are scammers.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. The best ones are. And I don't mean that negatively.
How is that not negative?
I don't know.
Because your job is to get their money. And you have to tell them what they want to hear.
Or your job is to
Yeah.
provide them a service or good.
We'll get to that. We'll get to
right.
that.
Okay.
But like, I think to be a good salesman, you have to have a personality, and you gotta talk some crap.
Okay.
You gotta make. By the way, and I don't mean like lying about the product, but just making the person you're selling that thing feel good about themselves to get their money,
Feel like they need it.
or to scare them that they need it.
Okay.
That's why you couldn't sell vacuum cleaners. That's why I couldn't sell anything. We don't have it. We don't have that personality.
What are you talking about? You're the biggest liar I've ever met in my life.
I'm a liar,
But I'm a lazy liar.
and I don't have that personality. Like a good sales guy walks into the room, sucks all the energy out, and makes you feel good about yourself.
Okay.
They pump you up.
Okay.
I've never pumped anything up.
No, I agree with that.
Well, unless your mom. But other than that, and she felt great.
Shut up.
Well, she didn't.
I'm going to call Sergeant Frank Hogan to the police badge and report that you're harassing my mother.
Like, I think you'd have to be somebody that's just good at, like, thinking on their feet. Like, if
Yes.
it's not going the way you thought it would, like, you can pivot, change directions, get that person to believe you still. Like, not get caught up in your own lie.
Right? Think of the greatest coaches, right?
Yeah.
They're all BS artists. They're the best salesmen. They know how to get the best out of you even when you don't have it. It's all BS, man. They talk crap constantly, and they're a great coach is an unbelievable liar.
So you guys both agree
Yeah.
that great salesmen or scammers
Yeah.
are born, not made.
It's the same guy.
I
And I don't care where you want to put him.
I just-
put him behind the pulpit. Put him over here.
Oh,
and
yeah,
run,
right.
run-
All emails, Tommy@WCMF.com.
put him in the gym. Put him over there.
Put him
on the sales floor. It's the same guy. Put
Yeah.
him in office. Same guy.
Man! Shut up!
You know I'm right.
Shut up, you idiot!
That's why your old man was a great cop.
What? He was?
Yeah, he still is.
Is he?
Bro, that guy's got like multiple gigs. Like, is there any more in-demand police officer than your dad?
I don't.
Your father is an officer, and he also has two other security
One,
jobs.
he retired from one of them. If you're looking for my father at the Innovative Field Red Wings games, he will no longer.
Oh, he's done?
Yeah, he ran out of plaid jackets. Turns out they needed to make some couches.
And even with getting mocked from his children, it doesn't deter him from being Mr. Safety.
252 WCMF. I'm sorry, we're going to say
No, I was just going to say, now that we've gotten a little far away from it, but I think you do have to have a knack for it, because I'm just thinking, like, if it was me, I'd have to read off a script like, hello, sir or ma'am, do you have a child? Yes or no?
Well, that child's been arrested.
Yes.
Again, talking about this scam call a guy in Penfield got from someone identifying himself as Frank Hogan, Sergeant Frank Hogan of the police
That
badge.
has to be a character from Police Academy. That had to be one because they made about 10 of those. Sergeant Frank Hogan, or it's in one of those airplane movies or something.
So when it comes to these scams, or like the names they use, I've always wondered. Like, Tommy, traditionally, the scam calls that come here in America come from 3 places in the world. There are Asian countries that are big into this.
Yeah.
There are Russians who are big into this.
Right.
And then there are the local people who do this, right?
I always say scam local. Keep the money, you scam here.
So, like, for your scam to work, you would think it's very important for your accent to match the character.
Right.
Right? Now, let's keep in mind, they're usually scamming older folks, too. So you would have to be aware the stereotypes of 60, 70, 80-year-old people, what they would have, what they would think a cop named Frank Hogan sounds like, right?
They had to sound something like I got a Hollywood.
Exactly. In this specific story, with the person calling from the police department badge, it's pretty obvious that English is not their first language.
Yeah.
And if Sergeant Frank Hogan...
Doesn't sound like he's from here?
That's an immediate red flag.
You would think.
Right? I mean, not to help these scammers, but if you know you sound different than the person picking up the phone, the best scam you can run is a technology scam. Your credit card has been stolen, your computer's been compromised. Based on call centers that we as Americans have used for years, talking to folks that don't sound like us in those scenarios aren't out of the question.
Right.
Right?
But Sergeant Hogan don't sound like that.
I mean, look.
That ain't no Hogan accent.
If you call it the police department badge, you do not speak English,
Right,
on a regular basis. So, like, I'm dying to know what accent Sergeant Frank Hogan of the police department badge. Like, it's like Teddy, but he's got an Irish last name. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Amelia. Hello, Amelia.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I actually almost got scammed last week by an awful scam. My mother had her old wedding dress on sale on Facebook Marketplace, and the person that wanted to buy it wanted to use Zelle to send the payment, and my mom doesn't have it. So
let me just, Tommy, that's a Cash App that people use.
That's the one I use.
Okay, I'm just making sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, Grandpa, this is how you trade money.
You have a collared shirt under a quarter zip. Yeah, it was an appropriate point out. Amelia, I'm sorry, you were saying.
So I have it, and my mom doesn't. So she asked me if I would get in contact with the person and see if they could send it to me. So I had texted them, and they told me they would send it to me. They sent me $400, but I didn't get the confirmation email. So I looked in my spam folder, and there was an email saying that there was an issue with it going through and that I needed to call the number. I looked up the email, and it went exactly to, like, the official Zelle website. So I thought it was legit. I called the number, and the guy on the phone told me that the person who sent me the money sent it from a business account, but since I didn't have a business account, I couldn't receive such a large sum of money. And in order to increase my limit, the person who originally sent me the money needed to send me an extra $600.
Oh, wow, you're making out great. This is great. Fantastic. Extra $600.
Yeah, so I realized pretty quickly that it was a scam, and so I just started messing with the guy, and I asked him, like, what happens if I don't send the $600 back? Like, what if I just keep it? And he got so angry with me and started yelling at me on the phone, called me a horrible person. What do I need $600 for? It was honestly hilarious.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't get scammed.
Yeah, no kidding.
Did you sell your mother's wedding dress or no?
No, we haven't.
All right.
Well, that thing's got to be ancient.
Could have been a second marriage.
Oh, it didn't work out the first time?
Well, she's right here. We can ask her, stupid.
I know.
It was not. It was her first marriage, but that was over, like, almost 20 years ago.
Amelia, you know what I heard? And I know it's your mother, so just take this, I mean with all due respect, right? If the wedding dress is white when it shouldn't be, it's harder to sell secondhand.
Oh.
Just saying. Amelia,
I'll let her know.
Amelia, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, talking about this man in Penfield. Picked up the phone around noon. It was a call from Frank Hogan, Sergeant Frank Hogan of the police department badge, who told this man his daughter had been in a car accident, but it was her fault, so they had to confiscate her phone as evidence. He could not call her.
Yeah.
That's when the man on the other end of the phone alerted him he did not have a daughter. According to police, the scammer said, "Oh, wait, I mean your son," and the guy hung up on him. We'll take one more call. Gary's got the last word. Hey, Gary, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, brother.
All right. I walked into one of these scams. I ordered some Jordans off of eBay, received them. They weren't what I wanted. I looked up customer service. First thing that came up on Google, customer service for eBay. It was a 1-800 number. And, dude, I walked right into these guys, gave them full access to my phone.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I had to ditch my phone. I had to report everything to IT at work.
Oh, no, there's a work phone, Gary, no!
Totally fished me in.
Oh.
Totally fished me in.
And this was a number
They
you
were
pulled
good.
off of Google.
Yes. The first number that comes up when you Google eBay customer service is not eBay customer service. It's an out of country 1-800 number, and you're gonna.
So how much money did they get you for any money?
Oh, they didn't get me for any money. I got a good bank, PNC down here in Atlanta. They were able to shut everything down.
Good Southern Bank.
Yeah.
Southern Bank gonna save your cash.
So, but they got all your information.
But yeah, when they started asking about my girlfriend was when red lights started coming on in my head. And I had already had a couple drinks in me. And she's sitting next to me, and I'm trying to tell her to, like, quiet down. I'm on the phone with eBay. I'm trying to get my money back. She's telling me, like, dude, there is something wrong with these people over here. And I'm telling her, calm down, quiet down, And,
Shut up, Daddy's working, okay? All right, you shut your mouth over there.
Shut up over here. I know what I'm doing.
Gary,
Oh, God.
thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, there goes Gary.
Had a couple of drinks in me talking to fake eBay.
All right, let's take a break.
Right.
It is official.
What happened?
Without a doubt, set in stone. Western New York sports fans are, without question, the most tortured of all time.
So what happened?
We'll tell you what went down last night.
Oh.
Next here at the break room. WCMF. Oh, why?
What's the matter?
Why? What did we do? What did we do other than be born in this area to deserve the hand we have been dealt?
What happened, buddy?
Because without question,
Yeah.
the most tortured sports fans in the world
Yeah.
live in Western New York.
Okay, I didn't hear nothing.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Your Buffalo Sabres skated live last night on CMF.
Ooh.
A 3-0 shutout win.
Dang, come on, non-playoffs.
And making it even better, your Sabres have won 5 straight games.
When it doesn't matter.
And that's just it. Despite
Turn it on. Let's go into the summer, boys.
Despite the fact that the Sabres have won 5 straight games and they won last night, the Buffalo Sabres were officially eliminated from playoff contention.
Now, let me ask you this.
I thought
Are they
were.
winning these games now because the teams that are in the playoffs are resting players?
No, some of these teams need wins,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Like some of them
Okay.
are on the bubble.
And they're beating good teams, too.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, I'm watching
All right.
the game, and they're doing it with their backup goalie. Their backup goalie has won, like, his last 7 starts.
So next year, they're going to come out of the gate. Fire.
Well,
It's now been 14 years since the Buffalo Sabres have played a playoff game. 14 years.
14 years and 16 days. Sounds like a sad song.
Anything you sing sounds like a sad song.
But don't take it out on me because your team
No, you're being
sucks.
a dick. You're being a dick. You could have just been like, "Oh yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry. You know, I feel sorry for you. You love this team. All the Sabres fans out there that live and die with this thing."
But what's this? I mean, what's the shock? Because you said you got disappointed.
Well, no. Here's the thing. It's not that I'm disappointed, right? It's that it feels like there's no way out. It's not like things are looking up for next season. The goaltending is a problem. There isn't some generational player in Rochester or in the draft this year.
Right.
But I thought the
You're not
Emirates were good.
The Emmericks are always
They
good.
are.
The Emmericks have been good for like 5 years.
and they also get all those players back once the Sabres end their season early.
Like, there are 2 guys up in Kulik and Oslin right now who are up in Buffalo, Rochester guys that are playing really, really well.
All right.
And it does, you can tell because they won 5 straight as they've gotten eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, they don't really. I mean, unless correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't have a player that they're building their team around.
No,
right
there is
now.
no, there
It's
is
not
no
like, yeah.
cornerstone. Well, Tage Thompson, he's
Right.
got 43 goals now. But the point I'm making is, as Sabres fans sit back and look over the last 15 to 20 years,
Yeah.
it still does not make sense how we got here. Because the Sabres were always competitive, and all of a sudden, they fell off a cliff. And I know a lot of people want to blame owner Terry Pegula, and there's probably blame there, right?
But this started before Pagula, right? This goes back to Golisano.
Yeah, it's right around when Pegula showed up is when things went south. But
Had a
even when-
rotating door of coaches
and
the
GMs
last- yeah.
and players and
It's
popcorn
hard to get any
guys,
momentum when you got that going on every few years.
anthem singers. But it feels bigger than that.
Well,
Because tell me, like, how in 14 years in a league where half the teams make the playoffs,
yeah.
you don't accidentally make the
Yeah.
playoffs is mind blowing. It happens.
You don't sneak in there somehow.
Yes, there are really bad hockey teams where just one year
Yeah.
everything will line up and they make the playoffs. And it's like, oh, this is fun. How has that not happened?
And you've had good players because almost every Stanley Cup that I can go through and name multiple guys on that roster that once played for the Sabres.
Ryan O'Reilly, Jack Eichel, Sam
Every
Reinhart,
year.
Brandon Montour, Kyle
Yeah.
Okposo, all of them won Stanley Cups after the Buffalo. Evan Rodriguez. I'm forgetting guys. There's another 5 guys that I could keep naming that I'm
Right.
forgetting.
So is this going to be one of those things where, Buffalo went through, the Bills went through all those years. Sounds like what the Bills went through for 20-something years before you got the right guys in there.
No,
Yeah.
but Jack Eichel was supposed to be the right guy. And that was
Yeah, wasn't he like the dream guy, right?
Yeah, that's what they called him. The dream guy when they drafted him. Ladies and gentlemen, your Buffalo Sabres take the dream guy.
Well, maybe they should go get the dream guy.
Go find the dream guy. Well, Tommy, it seems like you've been thinking about guys a lot. Why don't you go tell him who the dream guy is? So you bring up the Bills and the playoff
Right.
drought, right?
Sounds like the same story.
And that's just it. Being a Western New York sports fan is not for the faint of heart. Right now, the Sabres are currently tied with the Jets, New York Jets, for the longest playoff drought of the 4 major sports at 14 years. And Bills fans, most of which they're also Sabres fans.
Yeah.
As you said, had to wait 17 years between
get Josh Allen.
Yeah, between playoff appearances. No, because Tyrod got him to the playoffs. He did. He broke the streak.
All right,
He did. That's a fact. Why does
I think the
I don't
team
know why you don't
got
want to
him
give
there.
him credit.
Tyrod's so good.
Why
he
do you?
was the leader of the team at the time.
All right.
And it was a 1-possession game against the Jags. Granted, it wasn't fun to watch. Look, what I'm getting at is this. Since 1999,
Yeah.
between the Bills and the Sabres, We have streaks combined of 31 years
Wow.
of not making the playoffs. Bro, the streaks are longer than the actual time that has lapsed since 1999.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you combine the two losses.
If you combine the two of them, we have the streaks are longer than how long we've been breathing.
Yes.
No region in America knows pain like we do. One of the sports teams, none of them have had the problems that they've had for as long as the teams have had, like the Sabres and the Bills. And thank God the Bills have turned it around. But dear God, what did we do to deserve this?
It's got to be. Is it also like nobody wants to come play there?
Well, that's yes. Now, after everything that happened.
It looks like a pit.
Yeah.
Why would I want to invest my career in that place?
But it wasn't that way 10 years ago.
Right.
But it's drained out. Where, to your point, is there any future? Because nobody worth a crap wants to come. You won't find that all them dream guys are gone.
Oh, you talking about the dream guy?
Yeah,
well, we
are.
already lost the dream guy.
But
Ladies and gentlemen, number 9 in your program is the dream guy in your hearts.
But
Jack Eichel.
that was the Bills, and they found a way to change that culture, right?
All right, here's the thing. You kind of lucked out. And you know that I love Sean McDermott, Bills head coach.
Oh, I'm not saying it wasn't luck, but I'm saying like it doesn't mean just because like the Sabres look the way they do right now and the fact that nobody wants to play there, it doesn't mean like it's going to be like that forever.
I've been saying that for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Look, I am the most optimistic sports
Because,
fan.
like,
You guys know me. I am losing hope.
But you've seen the way that like Buffalo as a city can support a good hockey team. Like it's the interest is there.
It was hockey
Like
heaven.
we're ready to
Yes.
come and support that team and make it a hockey town.
so you got to do the Pagulas need to sell it?
No, because here's the problem. The people want the Pagulas to sell, but the problem in that is if the Pagulas sell, the team could move. Buffalo's a small market, very small market. So, I mean, I know people think, like, if the Pagulas sell this team, it's going to be all well and good.
Would that be the worst?
Yes.
Why?
I would rather have a bad hockey team than no hockey team.
Well, you just watch them. So you only watch them on TV. What's the difference?
No, I go to Sabres games. Well, not
I mean-
not with my daughter playing hockey now, but when she's done,
Oh, when you retire, yeah.
when I retire, no, when my daughter's done.
Well, you know,
when
you're
she
an
retires.
when you're an empty nester.
No, in like 4 years, I'll be going back to like multiple hockey games a year.
You got another daughter.
I understand her schedule is less intense with her tennis.
Oh,
and
okay.
everything.
All right.
By the way,
You dick.
to go to a Sabres game and get a decent seat, still not cheap.
I wanted to go
I did look
Yeah.
into it because the last few games, I'm like, oh, maybe it'll be pretty reasonable.
It's got to be empty.
I
Bet
don't
you
know.
it's got to be empty.
You're still paying a decent amount for a seat in like the lower section.
Hockey is expensive. I mean, if
Yeah.
you go in the middle of the week, yeah, you can get cheap tickets. But the weekend games, hockey is an expensive sport to go watch.
But who's
Yeah.
paying?
People that want to watch hockey.
Any hockey then? Or you just want to watch the other team?
I mean, it's also
Could be that, too,
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean, that has a lot to do with the Canadian teams coming down.
Yeah.
East Coast Canadian teams, a lot of people in the park.
Okay.
What makes this more awkward, again, despite the fact that the Sabres won last night 3-0, and they've won 5 straight, them being eliminated from the playoffs, even in that 5-game win streak. Lindy Ruff is the head coach of the Buffalo Sabres.
And you brought that guy back.
Yep, it's his second stint. He is, objectively, one of the most successful NHL coaches of all time. In fact, the Sabres skate again Thursday night against Columbus live on CMF. And if they win that game,
Yeah.
Lindy Ruff will become just the 5th coach in NHL history to amass 900 wins in a career.
Wow.
Very impressive.
I put you up there, the rarefied air of Scotty Bowman.
How do you yes, Bowman's one of them. How do you celebrate that?
You don't.
Well, you have. I mean, it's 900
don't,
wins.
man.
You're one of 5 guys
What, you
to
get a
ever
cake?
do it.
Yeah, but it's still, man, like,
You can't just be like, okay, yeah.
has
yeah.
Lindy Ruff ever head coached the Stanley Cup?
No, he's been to the Stanley Cup. He's never won a Stanley Cup.
I ain't getting him squat, man. Dude ain't on the cup.
Dude ain't on the cup, he said.
He gets 900 wins too late to make the playoffs. I ain't getting you no cake. Why would you celebrate that?
Because 900 wins is an amazing accomplishment.
It is if that's what's the job. The
What?
job is to win the Stanley Cup and to make the playoffs. They win the Stanley Cup.
Well, give him some time.
How much more time you need,
He's
man?
new.
Scotty Bowman's dead.
No, he's not.
He's not?
No.
I think Scotty Bowman's died.
Scotty Bowman is not
What's-
dead. Can you Google if Scotty Bowman's dead,
What's
please?
the longest run at this point a Sabres head coach has had in the last 20 years?
Like a solid, not broken up run.
Yeah.
Is it Dan
Has
Biles?
that been more than like 3 years?
3 years? I think 3's the max.
Well, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Because they keep losing,
Yeah.
stupid.
Don't yell at me,
Well, stop
Mr.
saying
900.
stupid things.
Mr. 900. That's since Scotty Bowman died. Have we ever seen a coach with his like it?
By the way, this show sucks. They celebrated you getting 30 years in the business.
Now I'd like to have a moment of silence for Scotty Bowman.
He's not dead.
Ooh. I'm not
No,
pulling for
he's 91.
Thank you.
He's 91.
He lives in
yeah.
Buffalo.
He does?
I think so.
Oh, I thought he was a Detroit guy.
No, okay, you want a funny. Everybody moves back to Buffalo when it's all done.
But he had the Red Wings, right?
Yes, he had the Red Wings.
He had all those Russian
yeah,
guys.
He gave birth to the Red Wings.
No, but
Scotty Bowman, legs in the air, giving birth to several Russians.
No, but didn't he go?
One of them, the dream guy.
he got a deal with the KGB to bring those guys over
Okay. Shut up.
in the middle of the night
No.
on a barge
No.
up the Detroit River.
You wanted even ass
with
kicker?
Kid Rock's daddy.
We're deep in the weeds here.
What?
Just to tell you how bad the situation is. Scotty Bowman is arguably the most successful NHL coach of all time.
Mm-hmm.
He has won Stanley Cups with several different teams. I believe the only team he coached with a losing record were the Buffalo Sabres.
Oh, he did coach the Sabres.
He coached the
Oh, I
Sabres.
did not
Yes.
realize
Yeah.
that. Wow.
Yeah, maybe you stop running your mouth when you don't know nothing. How about that? How about that?
I know Scotty Bowman,
No,
baby.
you don't, actually. You thought he was dead. You didn't know he coached the Sabres. You didn't know he lived in Buffalo. Shut up.
No word on where he lives now.
He lives in Buffalo.
Nope. As of
He lives in Florida.
2019, he was living in Sarasota, Florida.
Yeah,
They
he's
all go to Florida, man. You think he's
Attending all the Tampa Bay Lightning home games.
you think he's like scraping ice off his car?
Mitch writes us, Bowman still lives in Buffalo half the year, morons.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a
He's a
snowbird.
snowbird, yeah. He's rich.
Stupid. God, let's take a break.
He goes down there and takes care of his tomato plant.
Which is hard because I heard he's dead. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Time to honor Scotty Bowman.
All of Scotty Bowman's relatives are writing furiously for next week. Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you. And this comes off of a discussion about
Yeah.
Easter brunch and how expensive Easter
Yeah,
brunch has
it
gotten
is.
in the greater Rochester area. It was just a money discussion.
Yeah.
Right? Are the eggs worth your bill? But one man heard that discussion and has decided to share with us how you have your Easter brunch is in direct correlation
Yeah.
with how much your family loves you.
Oh, okay.
And we'll get into it next. Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. To dine in or to dine out.
Oh.
That is your choice on Easter.
Okay.
And that choice got someone a little riled up because a simple discussion about where you could get Easter brunch in the greater Rochester area has morphed into a discussion about family. More specifically, how whether or not you go out for Easter brunch is directly related to how much your family loves you.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And about 2 weeks ago, we shared with you a story in the Democrat and Chronicle about places in Rochester taking reservations for all-you-can-eat Easter brunch on Easter Sunday. And we had this discussion to talk about what the cost of brunch is.
It's
crazy. Prices ran anywhere from $42 per person on the low end all the way up to $80 and $90 per person at places like the Woodcliff, the Lake House in Canandaigua, or the Strathallan Hotel. Over $400 for a family of four after tip for one meal on Easter.
And you haven't left town.
It's true. Well, unless you go to Canandaigua.
That's still kind of town.
Different city, bro.
Yeah.
Learn your geography. Sounded insane. And that was just your immediate family. Because, Tommy, we talked about how there are plenty of people who will bring aunts and uncles and cousins and grandmas and grandpas.
Yeah, it's like a whole crew.
You got it.
Yeah.
But that's not what one person took away from this conversation.
So they found out where the actual love is?
Well, they think so.
Okay.
Because it turns out, according to this man, whether or not you are going out for Easter brunch directly links to how much your family actually cares about you. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, letting you know that your grandma hates you. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
When I hear that families are spending money to go to a restaurant to eat on Easter, it lets you know something about those people. No one in that family cares enough to make a holiday meal for anyone else. The holidays are for alone time with the people you love the most. Getting together, catching up, sharing whatever skills you have to make those few hours you get memorable. When I was growing up, my grandmother had us over on Easter. Then my mother did it. Now my sister hosts, and her daughter will eventually take it over. That tells me those women want their families to know that they love them enough to spend the time to prepare something with their own hands. Do the people who go to Easter brunch at a restaurant not understand that? Do the people in their lives just not want to give them that experience? Food equals love, and you can't get that same kind of love from a carving station or a big bin of eggs you're scooping yourself. I feel sad for these families, and after hearing you guys talk about brunch, it makes me appreciate even more what my family has and what other families don't. Sincerely, Rob.
It's not even hate. He's just being a dick.
Yes, he is.
Dick.
My family's
failed.
better than your family.
What an awful thing to say about other people's families.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so this is definitely an old school letter.
Oh, yeah.
Your family doesn't love you unless they cook for you.
Well, it's funny, too, Kimmy. I don't know if you guys caught this. You only hear him talk about the women in his
Yeah,
family
no,
making
you do,
stuff.
Yeah.
Like he mentions how the holidays are a chance for everyone in the family to share their skills, and then he rips off 4 or 5 women who have been doing all the work
My
for everybody.
mom, my grandma, my sister. I don't know why Southern all of a sudden.
Yeah, Billy doesn't sound Southern. Billy Kidd did a great read there. Okay, but here's the thing.
What's up?
You know, we know doing this job, Tommy, that if Rob feels this way, odds are pretty good he's not the only one.
Oh, I'm sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Is Easter brunch at a restaurant a sign that the people in your family don't love you?
You asking me?
I'm asking you.
No. Like, it's a nice day out.
No, I get that you enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I know that you
I wouldn't say they love me any more or less.
So you're saying you don't believe that food equals love? Because that's pretty much the take from
No,
Rob
because
here.
you're getting food either way.
Okay.
You're not taking food away. I'm still getting food. I'm getting better food. Matter of fact, you found a better way for me to eat. Because, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say something. I have never had a great Easter brunch at somebody's house. It always sucks.
You're the
They
worst.
try their asses off. You got multiple pitchers of juices, and you got that cheap bottle of champagne to make you think you rich. But bitch, you ain't.
Why'd you call Grandma a bitch?
Because all grandmothers be bitches.
No, it's not true. Okay.
And they pass that down.
Okay.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
No,
I mean,
don't. I don't
like
know what
that
you're saying.
anticipation of going out to a brunch where you walk into a room where all this food is laid out, displayed beautifully. Or do I want to go to your grimy ass kitchen?
We're having two separate arguments. Because
I don't find that love.
I agree with you that the food is better at a professional brunch.
Yeah.
These are chefs.
You're providing me with a better experience.
The question I am asking you is someone in your family preparing you a meal, does that equal love to you?
No, it does not. It means control.
Oh, my God.
Because Granny Bitch wants to control the situation.
Stop calling everyone's grandma's bitch.
But you know Granny Bitch.
My grandma's not a bitch.
Wants to put that thumb on everything and tell you how we praying, what we doing, what we eating, when we eating, TV off, phones away. It's all control, man. There ain't no love in that room.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Is someone in your family preparing you a meal, is that a sign of love?
I mean, I guess like if you want, you're doing it because you want to spend time with the family. You know what I mean? Like you want people to come over, you want to host. But at the same time, like my grandma, my mom's mom, like she was great cook. You know, Italian, has all the family recipes. But she was even somebody who like, you know, after a while she was like, you know, if you could do this easier, like if you could buy the stuff, just buy it.
So she didn't love you either.
She just like she didn't. I don't think she really saw the value in spending all this time preparing stuff. If you know, we could spend more time together if people aren't stuck in the kitchen.
No, you just want better food. You just want better food. That's
yes,
what
all
this is. Okay. Look, we talked 2 weeks ago in this initial discussion when we were discussing the brunches about how Easter is a strange cooking holiday because there are families that will fight to the death for a chance to cook Christmas or Thanksgiving.
Right.
It gets passed down through generations. If you have married or divorced parents, I mean, odds are you have to make multiple stops on Christmas or Thanksgiving.
It blows.
Right? That stuff is set in stone.
Yeah.
But Easter is more laid back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a one-and-done holiday.
I also think it goes beyond the cooking most of the time, especially when it comes to holidays. It's more about like the host, like it's all encompassing. It's the setup.
Okay.
It's the space you provide for everybody. It's the cooking. Like it all goes together, and that's where the fight really is. Not so much over who's making what. It's more of like who's the better host, who provides the most.
Okay. 252 WCMF, hate mail of the week. A guy named Rob writes us after our discussion to do the holidays. Because like we said, Rob talks about grandma, mom, sister, her kid that will take over Easter.
They're like indentured slaves.
And that's a similar story for Christmases and Thanksgivings and other homes.
They get dumped on.
Okay. But people who have that responsibility never have really had a family Christmas or Thanksgiving that everyone else has had.
No, they don't.
Think about the work that goes into those meals.
And it starts days before your ass even sits down to eat.
Yeah, you got it. You're prepping, you're shopping. You're up early, cooking all morning long.
Yeah.
And even when folks come over,
you got to clean the house.
Those people are still cooking and getting stuff done.
Oh, yeah.
So while other folks are standing around talking, watching football, catching up, those folks are away in the kitchen.
You're a caterer.
They don't get the time with everyone.
No, they don't.
I mean, like, look, I don't disagree with the idea that food equals love. I get the idea that I want to make you a meal because I care about you. I get that. But for Rob here to argue that grandma doesn't love you, why would you not want grandma to also have that experience of being able to spend time with everyone?
Yeah, she's busting her ass. She's standing on her goddamn cankles all day with them crinkly ass old lady dishpan hands.
Oh, now you're gonna be sympathetic to the woman you called a bitch a second ago?
Well, now I know why she's bitching. She needs to get to the good feast.
You also know the family members that will volunteer to help in the kitchen or do dishes because they don't want to spend time with the rest of or like that's their escape from some maybe family conversations that they don't want to have.
Amen, sister. Nothing worse now than like you go to those like newer built homes and they have like the open kitchen, living room, floor plan.
Can't get away.
Yeah, I can't. Even I'm doing dishes, I still got to talk to my weird uncle. And if you were listening, one of my uncles, you know who you are. Now that we're talking about this, Rob may also bring up an uncomfortable family question.
What's that?
Does grandma, ma, your wife, whoever is the primary cook in the home for holidays, do they prepare the meal because they want to show you love, like Rob claims? Or do they do it because they feel obligated? Like, Tommy, you say that you've made the argument that Christmas and Thanksgiving are lady Super Bowls.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Maybe you're right.
All right.
But if you were to give that person who cooks on those days a truth serum, and say, hey, would you rather relax and get a day off? Are you sure you'd know the answer from my grandma, sister, wife?
Well, I'm trying to think of the people that are in my life that traditionally did it. I think they probably bitched the whole time, but they also like the control and the is this the right word? Adulation they would get. Like people would say, like,
it's one of my favorite Mexican restaurants. Adulation.
I thought they closed that joint.
No,
down.
no, it's delicious. There's one in Pittsburgh.
You're also talking about women of a different generation that
Right.
didn't have that at all at home, so that was maybe a form
That
of
was
like
like-
their
Yeah.
like control, I guess.
Okay.
Well, control, but also like respect. Like, oh my God, they like hearing. Like, oh my God, this you do it every year. How do you do it? They drank all that in, man. It fed their chick ego.
Something's weird.
What's that?
I don't know. My headphones might be broken because all I'm hearing is Mike Muley, Tommy's dad. Oh, she likes it. She likes doing the work. She likes it when I leave my stuff around and she cleans up. She told me, "Okay, honey, your ass is getting fat. Make me some ham." You hear yourself right now?
I'm just saying.
You sound like every boomer ass dude. She loves doing it.
I'm just saying. I had a sister-in-law,
Uh huh.
and I always told you this woman was the greatest sister-in-law I ever had. Marriage didn't work out. Great sister-in-law.
Okay.
She was this woman that she wanted to do it. She was a control freak. She was great at it, but I also think she did not want to lose that control because everybody came to her.
All right.
She was like the matriarch of the family. Is that the right word?
Sure. My second favorite Mexican restaurant.
But chicks, get off on that stuff, man.
Oh my God.
No, but like,
also
listen, everybody has something they get off on. Why can't you be the matriarch getting off chick? What's wrong with that?
Please talk, Kimmy.
Anyways,
please
I
don't
also
do
think
it.
the women you're
That's
describing
funny.
too, also the women you're describing did
Yeah.
this because it was a holiday centered around religion.
Yes.
And that was part of your day. Like that was all part of it.
Okay.
Whereas now I'm thinking it's more of an obligation because you're not even really doing it for the same reasons that maybe generations before you did it.
Okay.
And she was big Catholic.
Because, like, I don't know how many families that carried on that tradition still go to church, still do all, like, the actual Easter
Tradition.
Sunday stuff.
Okay.
Traditions, Pat. Tradition.
Well, you're Greek now?
Maybe. Not sure if this is the right religion
All right.
at
I'm
all.
not. Are you doing Fiddler on the Roof? Because that's Judaism.
Yeah,
Passover's the
be
week before.
Jewish. Yeah,
I think
yeah,
Passover's
yeah.
this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. I have one question then to ask you to figure out if you're full of crap. Because your argument is women want to do this despite all the stress and time because they want to show value and love.
Mm-hmm.
There are things you are assigned to do in your house.
Yes.
You are assigned to make sure the gutters are clean.
Yep.
You are assigned to make sure that all the dog crap is picked up in the
Oh,
backyard.
yeah, but
You
Mr.
are
Pickup.
all of these things.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. You enjoy doing that?
You know, I like getting out. You know, I like.
I'm going home, you lying ass bitch. Goodbye.
I like
Goodbye.
the time out outside, the fresh air. You know, I get my steps in, Pat.
It's the same thing.
You like it when it's over and you feel accomplished. You don't like
I sure
doing
do.
it, though.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that is your way you show value, love to your wife, and you hate every second of it.
I hate it. You make it sound like it's drudgery.
He might not actually hate it.
I know he hates the cleaning the gutters.
Okay,
I know
maybe
he
the
hates that.
gutters.
Well, I don't like the ladder.
Little man in the air. Little
You don't like the
man,
ladder either.
Tommy boy, flying through the air, all leafy free.
All right, I don't like it.
Okay, so there you go.
There I go. What?
Why would she want to cook for 20 hours in a week?
Why is she lining up
Well,
for it every time? And why is
Because
she?
if she don't do it, you sit here and you go, I don't want it. And the second she goes, I don't want to do it, that lazy bitch.
Well, she's been phoning it in lately.
Could also be she's doing it because she doesn't want somebody else to do it.
Oh, they don't want anybody. They
See
don't.
what you did?
Listen,
See what you did?
there is a potato war in my family. Cheesy potato war. Like everybody has their own cheesy potatoes,
Yeah.
and a couple do it better than the other. So there's always a fight over who's making it.
I would love to be
Yes.
a victim of the cheesy potato.
I think it was on the History Channel.
We all
last night.
benefit.
But she also don't want your ass in the kitchen, right? Like if she's doing it in the kitchen, get out of the kitchen. Let me do.
Have you ever offered?
You can't offer.
Have you
man.
ever offered?
Of course I offer.
No, my ass!
I offer to stir, dish, whatever, man, wipe up, but they don't want it. They want to run the whole goddamn show, man.
Okay.
They're like Saddam Hussein with that gun in the air.
You
Don't
okay?
eat.
In this discussion,
How do we get here?
We must eat now.
you've called
Don't eat.
in this discussion, you have called grandmothers bitches. You said they get off on the kitchen, and you compared them to Saddam Hussein.
With that gun. You must eat now.
Ladies, tell your friends. Listen to the break room, 6 to 10. I'll see you. Let's take a break.
All right.
Here's the thing. I know I'm going to argue with you here, too.
Why? What's
I
arguing?
didn't think we'd be arguing about this thing, and now we
With the
got to go do
brunch?
this thing. No, because there was a kid,
do?
teenager. He's
Yeah.
in trouble. Went down to Wayne County.
All right.
And this is a stupid kid thing to do. You tend to argue that when stupid kid things happen, those kids really shouldn't be punished.
Well, I mean, we've all done things we didn't think it through because we were immature.
Look, a lot of times I agree with you. But specifically this,
This kid.
it was such a stupid thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
There is a new math equation we have to introduce.
Okay.
Your age times the stupidity of the thing you did,
All right. Equals.
how much trouble you should get in.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. kids will be kids, right?
Oh, sure.
There are some things kids can do, even though they're illegal.
But listen, we all pulled moves.
Caught him a break, right?
Yeah, come on.
This story is not one of those stories.
All right.
Because it doesn't matter how old you are, you should be smart enough to know that if you get caught doing this, you're going to be in serious trouble, and you would deserve that serious trouble. Don't look at me like
No,
that.
I haven't heard the story yet, so I'm holding judgment.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. The story went down out in Wayne County. Saturday morning, authorities were called after residents woke up to find their home and cars covered in paint.
Paint?
More specifically, paint from a paintball gun.
Okay, 'cause I got the splatter effect on there.
You got it.
Yeah.
After an investigation, police arrested an 18-year-old man who they say pulled that paintball trigger.
18 sounds about right.
Authorities say the incident happened around 1:30 in the morning. The 18-year-old has been charged with third-degree criminal tampering. He has a court date coming up. And, Tommy, I know you like to give kids a break for doing stupid stuff.
So he shot the cars and the house.
This is according to the police, yes.
All right.
Yes. So, like, I mean, you know, it's a kid doing stupid kid stuff.
All right, but he's a little late in the kid game.
Oh.
A little late.
Oh.
Because he is 18.
Uh-huh.
Could be a senior in high school.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True.
And Kimmy, I mean, let's not forget. I mean, I know a guy who was late in the kid
Yeah,
game who was drunkenly firing Roman candles at his friends.
After his day at the water park.
in jean shorts, by the way. He wore jean shorts to the water park. How old were you when you did that?
I was a kid. Jesus Christ. I couldn't have been more than 32.
Tommy, do you think this 18-year-old should get a slap on the wrist or be held to the highest degree of the law for what he's accused of doing?
I mean, he did a dumb thing. Okay. And he could have been high or partying or drinking.
That makes it better?
I don't know.
No, but I mean, come on, man. We've all done this crap.
Oh, I love how the prosecution says you should be charged. The defense, come on, man. Yeah. Your Honor, come on.
I don't want to see a young man's life ruined over some stupid prank.
Doesn't matter why he did it. Like, would that make a difference?
I
Because he
think
obviously targeted this house and car for a reason, I'm guessing.
Well, no, Tommy's going to share with us information about the story that he literally just found out happened.
Well, no, you're asking me if he meant it.
If there was an 18-year-old.
Like thing?
Yeah, like if an 18-year-old.
Is Revengeant like revenge?
I don't know.
Kimmy, you know that great Leo DiCaprio movie, The Revengeant?
Or he was just jackassing.
Well, I'm asking, like, if you saw an 18-year-old kid that targeted one house and one car and had, like, for a specific reason, like, would that make a difference why they chose to do that or pick
what
that
the
person?
motivation was?
Yeah.
I don't think so, man. I mean, let's say it's over a chick.
Okay, again, it's total hypothetical.
No, but what was
I would think
what she's asking?
Talking about,
All
like, in this-
Let's say it was over a chick,
Yeah.
or he was just jackassing. You know,
But jackass and I would think, like, you're hitting a bunch of houses. I don't know.
Or maybe the dude owes you money, or you know,
Does that make it better?
you had a beef with a guy.
So you paintballed his house and car, his family's house and car, his parents' house and car?
I don't think you start off paintballing everything, but I think once you get going, you're having too much fun. Like, once you see that first splatter on a windshield, you're just going for it, man.
All right, the phone
You
number.
get a full clip.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This guy, if he is guilty of the accusations of paintballing his house and car at 1:30 in the morning in Wayne County, should be charged to the fullest extent of the law.
Do you mean like jail time?
Oh, well, look, whatever the maximum punishment is for this charge, and I'm going to tell you why.
Oh, yeah.
It is time to come up with a new rule for charging teenagers with crime, and I've worked out the math equation.
Okay,
Are you
all
ready?
right.
Age, they are at the time of the crime, times the level of stupidity, numbers 1 through 10. And the higher the number, the more severe they should be punished. Anything over 150 in this math equation, they should be punished to the furthest extent of the law. For example, let's use it here.
All right.
18 is on the high end, like you said.
You're on the end of your rope there.
Okay, and I would argue that spraying paintballs at a car and home at 1:30 in the morning is a 10 out of 10 and stupid. Is that fair?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
So
we're not talking about severity of the crime. We're talking about stupidity of the crime.
Straight up stupidity. Because
Okay.
we're talking kids' crimes. Because, look, if somebody gets assaulted and really hurt, that's not a kid's crime anymore. That's a legitimate
Okay, so
crime.
you're saying
Okay.
mischief.
So, like, there was no way he wasn't going to get caught. Not to mention he's the only one being charged, so it's not like it's a peer pressure situation here, right? So with our new math equation,
What's up?
18 for the age times 10 for the stupidity, that's at 180. that is over 150, charge them.
Can we add one more
Charge them.
category into that?
Sure.
What's that?
Damage caused.
Oh.
A lot of that can
Like-
be cleaned up with a power.
Well, I don't know.
you
Does it leave
idiot.
dents in the car and house and like siding or whatever the house is made of?
Make you sound like me. I'll put dents in the
Well,
siding.
I'm
valid
asking though
question.
because like the cost of
Then
what
the
it's going to
taxes.
take to fix whatever they broke or
Do
ruined.
paintballs
Like I
dent?
would think like that would also kind of factor into how much trouble they're in.
Can you break a window with paintballs?
No, because you can shoot
Crack-
people
I
with a
bet you could-
paintball.
Yeah, I don't know. You can probably
one?
turn it up or turn it down. I don't
I
know.
don't know how it works.
I haven't played paintball since I was like 16. And it hurt. Why do people play paintball?
I don't know.
I went out one time. Ow, 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 stop it. Okay, look, I would love to factor that equation into the math,
Okay.
but we're bad at math.
Okay,
so
true.
anything
Yeah,
more
I
than
don't know
two
how to add that in now.
or
Too late.
division would have
Right.
become. The kid deserves to be punished. The fact that he can be charged as an adult based on his age,
But I don't want this to chase him into adulthood.
it's
man.
already going to.
And I feel bad for the kid.
Okay.
And I know he did bad. But, I mean,
Allegedly.
your brains are a little soft still at 18. And, you're getting there, but, sometimes you think you're bigger than you is.
Yeah, so show me ain't bigger than he is.
All right, but you lock him up?
No, I'm
You
not
want-
saying
you-
lock. Look, I don't think you're getting locked up for criminal mischief. I'm saying,
Do you want him to have a police record?
well, he's going to. He's 18 if he's convicted of the crime.
Yeah.
He's an adult.
Right.
Should have thought about that before you whipped out your paintball gun there, smart guy. Smart guy.
Imagine having to explain that potentially to an employer later in life. Well, see, I took my anger out with my paintball gun on a car.
Well, actually, our boss just wrote us. They want to hire him at CMF. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 18-year-old kid out in Wayne County. Police say that at 1:30 in the morning, he shot up a house and car with paintballs. The family woke up to find it. He has been arrested, charged with third-degree criminal tampering. Has a court date coming up, but I am introducing a new math equation on how we treat kids being punished. The age of the person, and then you multiply it by the 1 to 10 level of stupidity. Anything over 150, charge them to the fullest extent of the law. And if you look at other situations, the math equation works perfectly. Stay with me here.
I'm listening.
Let's say you got a couple of 15-year-olds fighting.
All right.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how stupid is that?
That's just, not much.
4?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. 15 times 4, that's 70. No arrest.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. Fair? You find a bunch of 16-year-old kids drinking illegally. Peer pressure happens. What would you give that?
We all did it.
What's drinking underage on a stupidity level?
That's a two-banger.
Okay, so that's a 32.
Low.
No
Super
rest.
low.
It's a bulletproof plan.
All right.
The older you are, the more you should be held responsible for the stupidity you did. And I don't think there's anything stupider than 1:30 in the morning paintballing.
Can we factor in the fun of the?
No. You shouldn't be able to do illegal things because it's fun.
Well, that's what those are the funnest.
I would have a ton of fun punching you in the face most mornings. You want to put that as a math equation? 38 times one punch in the face. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Robin. Hey, Robin, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
Hey, I think kids, I don't see him doing any time is going to help. I'd like to see him kind of like a parole thing, and you have to get a job, and you have to pay for what you did.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Look, in all, I'm talking about charge him to the fullest extent of the charge. I don't think you're going to jail on third-degree criminal mischief, so that wouldn't even factor in here, right? But like something like community service would be a wake-up call for an 18-year-old kid.
Go pick up trash on the side of the road.
Something like that, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd like to see him get a job and pay for the damage he caused, because I think sometimes when you hit people in their pocket, kid has to work full-time basically, and then maybe put college off for a year while he pays it back. Maybe it would hit home.
No, Robin, I hear you. If I own a business, the first guy I want to hire is an 18-year-old who's accused of shooting paintballs at a house and car at 1:30 in the morning.
Well, he's hopefully we're hoping that he's in enough trouble that he learns at least from that.
Robin,
you know what I mean?
Would you hire this kid if you owned a business?
It depends what kind of a business. Like, say I owned a landscaping business where you had to go out, which I do landscaping, and go out and bust your butt, every day out in the heat and work really hard. Yeah, I think it can be a little bit humbling for these kids.
All right, Robin, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. I thought you was going to say, let's say I own a paintball store.
Yes.
In which case, yes, I'm hiring this kid. He's got an expertise in that level. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to James. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
What up?
So back in the day, probably 13, 14 years old, I lived out in the Hilton, Greece area.
Ooh,
and we used to paintball cars at night from inside the woods. When they went
what
by
a dick.
down the
Why are
road.
you such a dick?
Like as they were driving by, you're saying?
Yeah. But we used to do it with slingshots.
God damn, man.
Because the paintball gun was kind of loud. I mean, obviously, you guys, you know how loud a paintball gun is when you're rattling off some rounds, right?
Yeah.
So, slingshot's way quieter. So, we slingshotted and shot some paintballs at this guy's truck that went by, and this dude jacks the brakes. And this is the middle of the night, like 10 o'clock at night, and he had a spotlight like a cop does on the side of the car. He's lighting through the woods. And we all laid down, and we were actually smart enough to wear camouflage while we were doing
Well,
this.
you're country
So we're laying
kid.
in the woods, camoed, just buried our faces. He must have sat there for probably a half an hour, going up and down, back and forth, up and down the road, real slow, spotlighting in the woods. Finally, he leaves. So that kind of rattled us that night. The next night, we go out.
Didn't rattle you that much, James.
So much, he went back out again. Go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
We go out the next night, and I had this stupid friend, Chris. I mean, he was obnoxious, and he's like, dude, let's go down around the corner, from your house and walk over in that housing tract. And he goes, let's shoot some signs and things, whatever, street signs. Oh, okay, whatever. So we paintballed some signs and whatever. Well, as we're walking back, there's this guy's house we lived on like a creek, and he had a nice patio, bay window on the back of his house. Doesn't my buddy just start splatballing this guy's bay window in the back of his house at 10 o'clock at night? So I'm like, dude, and we go running down the road, and we're out at the end of my driveway. I don't know where my parents were. It didn't even matter. They didn't know what was going on. And we're standing there. We had a street light on the corner. We see this silhouette coming down the road. And we're like, what is that coming down the road? You can see just the silhouette from the street light. The dude that we paintballed his windows came walking down the road trying to catch us. And we all went different directions into the woods. All different directions. He hangs out by the little bus stop shed thing that kids hang out in, waiting for their bus.
Sure. Yeah.
We had a long driveway. We come out thinking he's gone, and he busts us. He busts all three of us? Yeah, three of us.
All right, so long story short, I'm sorry. It's been like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
What ended up happening, James? What ended up happening?
My buddy confesses that it was us, and he told the guy that my dad was a fireman, and he'd be over with the truck the next day to spray the freaking windows down.
Okay.
Right.
How'd that work out?
The guy bought it, and we never got in trouble.
Well, okay,
James.
James, thanks
See,
for
it
the
all
call,
worked
buddy.
out.
Have a good rest of the day.
Just took us 5
Probably
minutes
went
to
to
get
high
there.
school with James.
You're probably right. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
I want to get to a man in a high position
Oh.
who admitted to doing something with money just after 9 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. And we'll get to that story in a little while.
All right.
But before we get there, with the cold weather here, you think about going somewhere warm.
Oh, yeah.
And for adults, the playground has been one city for decades.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
At least it was.
Wait, it's out?
Apparently, people ain't going here anymore, even though Kimmy's husband was just there, and Kimmy yourself was there less than a year
Wait,
ago.
I thought it was like one of the hottest places to go.
Weather-wise, yes, but in the last couple of months,
People backing off?
I guess. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. What the hell happened?
What do you mean?
This is the playground. It has been the playground for adults in America, really worldwide.
Well, yeah, as I'm saying, globally.
Yeah, for a long time.
It's very Americana.
Yes, it is.
Only in America, baby.
Well, then why the hell aren't people going anymore?
When did this start?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. The number of people going to Las Vegas is way down. From the beginning of the year till now, flights flying into Vegas, or bookings, are down 20%.
Damn.
Hotel occupancy is down. The month of February, I guess, was particularly bad for tourism in Vegas. And folks in Vegas, folks that own businesses, are starting to sound the alarm.
But are they hearing any rumors from people?
Don't know why. They're just as stymied as you and I.
Because they just built. I mean, you've been there. You just went.
Well, last year. I was there last year.
But your old man just went.
He did. He said it was pretty packed, but it was also NCAA tournament time, so I don't know if that also factored in.
Here's the thing.
I also don't know what packed is.
Well,
right?
they just built that new big eyeball.
Yeah, no,
People go to the eyeball.
Maybe everyone's in the eyeball. That's why they can't see him.
Oh, damn it.
Also, it's possible Kimmy goes to Vegas. Nobody wants to go anymore.
Maybe I ruined it for everybody.
So they're floating 3 potential theories as to why Vegas tourism down. 1, no money to do it.
Right.
Right.
But gambling like that has always been bulletproof.
It's not just gambling. Vegas as a city is expensive because there are people that go just to gamble. There are also people like your husband's not a gambler.
He took a big gamble. We
like
saw
if
it.
he's there, he will. You know what I
But
mean?
I'm saying he's not going to Vegas to gamble.
No, like there'd have to be other entertainment purposes.
But hotels are expensive. Tickets to shows are expensive. Tickets to sporting events are expensive, which exist out there now.
Right.
Dinner is expensive. Like gone are the days of the $2.99 all-you-can-eat buffet.
But it should not affect everything. Cruise ships, Miami,
I mean,
all the hot spots.
It's possible that's also being affected.
We're all down?
I mean, I don't know.
All right, so that's one of the money.
Okay. 2, the other theory, legal gambling in other places is cutting Vegas out.
But that's been around again for 20 years. You've had gambling all over.
But more and more places, and there's more. It's like the access to it has expanded.
All right.
Let's just use us, for example, right? It was just a couple of
Online
years.
gambling.
Well, okay, so
Right.
just a couple of years ago, we could start doing sports bets on our phone. We're a 30-minute drive in either direction for slots. I'm a 45-minute drive east for card and table games, an hour and a half towards Turning Stone the other way, or west. You get what I'm saying.
All right, so too many options for gambling.
I don't need to fly to Vegas to gamble anymore.
All right.
And the third theory is that Vegas is just lame now. The 35 and under crowd.
Man, all that fun stuff they got.
Well, it's fun to you. I mean, people that are under 35, what's there for them?
I mean, you got football now.
Okay, you got football.
You're
They're
gonna
gonna
get
have baseball
you're gonna
soon.
Get, and you're gonna get basketball.
You are, and you got hockey. Look, you got the 4 major sports.
Yeah, I
right?
forgot about hockey.
You've got NASCAR runs there now, Formula One's there now,
But
and all that entertainment is the entertainment too old.
But let's talk about that. I mean, think about the bands that are in residency. I know your husband went to see.
I mean,
the
it's
Dead.
for an older crowd.
Exactly.
So none of the young.
Well, I think that there
people?
are. I honestly. So one of the big acts coming to that sphere soon is the Backstreet Boys.
Okay.
Which would.
All right.
I know it's an older crowd.
I don't want to hurt you.
But-
It's going to hurt you.
No, I understand. No, I'm not saying it's for a younger crowd, but I'm saying like they're trying to bring in a different crowd, I would guess, by that type of, like having that type of residency there.
Okay. But I mean, I don't know. Is a crowd that goes to see Celine Dion and the Backstreet Boys that much different?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I look at
It's
it.
a different show.
So you think the acts are too old too?
Well, I am possibly.
So are they? You thinking they're not? I never thought Vegas for somebody in their 20s.
Oh no! Like when I was a kid, like Vegas was like that's where you wanted to be, man. Like
all right.
in my.
And you're thinking that's not the case anymore?
I don't know, man. Like if we
That's
look,
where the lame factor comes in.
if we look at what kids are into these days,
Yeah.
right? Is it gamble? I mean, sports gambling, yes, but
Well, you
outside of
did
that,
tell me that kids don't party like they used to.
drinking is down.
Right. So if you're not drinking and they're not having sex, and I know, but Vegas was always a sexy town. The allure was prostitution, strippers, a lot of fun.
You're saying what happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas anymore.
Yeah, and you don't care. So maybe that's part of it too. They just don't party. That's not how they party anymore.
And look, as we go down these theories,
They're not doing drugs.
it could be a combination of all three of these things, and it's just creating like a perfect storm. But like when
Man, that's bad.
I don't know, like I can't think of what the draw would be for somebody younger to go to Vegas. And if I'm wrong, tell me, 252 WCMF.
Well, I do think it's a place where there's something for everybody. I mean, the amount of families I saw, people pushing strollers
But that
around.
makes it lame. to a young person. I'm
but
not partying. I don't want to see
But
strollers.
wouldn't you rather have families going? You're going to make more money off of stuff like that.
No, but to Pat's point, why if it's got a lame factor, that would be a lame factor. Now it's like I'm at Disney World or I'm at Epcot.
Sure, but you're also bringing in more people.
Yeah.
But who's spending more money?
Right.
Probably somebody with a family.
But can they gamble as much?
I don't know.
I mean, what am I going to do? Hold my baby at the slots?
Yeah, true.
I can't sneak on for a hooker.
That.
You know he wants to.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, my old lady used to live in Reno for almost 30 years, and I always used to hear the stories about Reno and Las Vegas and how cheap it was and how easy it was to do things there. But when I went in 2022, I was very surprised by a number of things. Number one, the cost of everything. Everything is super expensive. You've already said it, the days of the $2.99 buffets, hotels for very cheap, unless you spend a lot of money in the casino, are pretty much gone. Kimmy just said about the families. I don't know how any family goes there because of the cost. I did see a lot of families walking around, so
selling
the
their
image of
babies.
Las Vegas that I had in my head of like Sin City, it's not there. I would have a hard time distinguishing between that and Disney World, less the rides that are there.
Okay.
And three, late last year and early this year, there were 3 separate strikes of service workers in the Las Vegas area at different casinos because of unionization and bad pay. So I wonder if that has something to do with unavailability of hotel rooms and service not being there.
There you go. See? Now we're learning about
All
it.
right.
Yeah, look at that.
Here comes Jeremy with the labor information.
Well, they gotta
Actual
fix this.
information.
They got to fix this?
Bro,
Oh,
so
here
goes
comes-
Vegas, so goes the country.
Here comes 1% Tommy again. Break those unions!
Bro,
Break them!
Vegas is the heartbeat of this country.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, Jeremy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
There's nothing more American than Las Vegas.
There's nothing more American than a hotel named Paris with a fake Eiffel Tower.
Only us can create fake Paris.
No, because China has fake cities.
After we did it. It's the same way we went to the moon. Now everybody else wants to go to the moon. We did Vegas before everybody else. Now everybody wants to copy Vegas.
What's Macau? I mean, that.
Macau is after Vegas. It all started in Las Vegas.
But the point I'm making, if you don't know, Macau is like a tourist city outside of Hong Kong.
Yeah, so it's another island where a lot of Asian people gamble. It's basically another Vegas.
I mean, yeah, we said Hong Kong. You didn't have to throw the Asian part in there.
Well, I mean, it was designed.
And so it's in Hong Kong. A lot of Dutch people heading down to gamble.
But a lot of Chinese people like to gamble.
It is.
That's where they go.
No, but what I'm getting at, I'm sorry,
What?
Kirby. What I'm getting at is, okay, there's lots of places that invented something, and then other places
Right.
take it and improve it. And, like, they brought up the international gambling scene and how Macau is become a place where Europeans and Asian folks are flocking to instead of Vegas. Like,
All right,
Not as much
so they're
tourism,
losing the high
international.
enders to this. All right.
But it's weird though, because when we were
They gotta
there,
fix
like
it.
the amount of like new hotels popping up everywhere, like the amount of new construction,
Really?
it was it's just weird.
I mean, just because they're getting lent money doesn't mean they're going to make it back.
I mean, they built the Sphere. I mean, there's so much like new stuff, like the baseball stadium.
That's also going to
Yeah.
be a mistake. Mark my words, the A's have made a mistake.
Why?
Well, let's see. They got to play 2 years in Sacramento.
Oh.
In a minor league ballpark, and it's been a fight to get the state. Like the city, all of a sudden was like, "We don't want you." For those who don't know, the Oakland A's no longer play in Oakland; they're moving to Vegas, but the stadium's not ready, so they have to play 2 years in a minor league ballpark in Sacramento, California.
But but they're also getting basketball, right?
And it's not official, but yeah, they'll be getting back.
And they got hockey.
Yeah,
They got a hockey game.
sure. But again, that's 100 events a year right now.
Yeah, but it's still more draw. I mean, it's funny, like it's got everything.
You're arguing with numbers. What do you want me to do?
I
didn't
know. I
give you
feel
this.
bad for Las Vegas.
Yeah, what do they ever do to anybody? 252 WCMF again for the beginning of the year. Flights to Vegas down 20%. They're seeing less money spent in hotels, less money spent in casinos, and folks are now starting to worry. Vegas is dying.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Claudette will wrap it up. Hello, Claudette.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
What do you got?
We just came back from Vegas a couple weeks ago.
Oh, I heard you out there. Hit me. Hit me.
I noticed myself that not a big crowd like it was the last time we went. But my boyfriend has only been there. This was his second time. So he wanted to go again. He booked 6 days, which for me I think is way too much.
Holy crap!
That
6
is a
days
lot.
in Vegas?
That is a lot of days
How
in
did you
Vegas.
survive?
Yeah. So we did something every single day, walked up and down, did a couple Broadway shows. We went to a Motown show. We also went to see Rod Stewart. So there's a lot to do, but the crowds definitely are lower this time when we went. And also the weather was pretty shitty. It was 77 here in Rochester.
Okay. All right, Claudette, thanks for the call. I got to let you go. Thank you, Claudette. Have a good rest of the day. You heard her, man.
All right.
She got to go see a Motown review and Rod Stewart. What 20-something wouldn't want that? Let's take a break.
All
right. There is a gentleman with a very powerful position.
Oh.
Top in his county.
Okay.
One of the tops in the state. And he is in trouble. Admitted to doing this.
Oh, he said he did it.
It involves cash.
All right.
And here's the thing. When we talk about crime stories, most of the time we focus on the punishment of jail, probation, whatever it's gonna be, right? And that hurts. But in this specific situation,
What are they saying?
what he did was so, what's the word I'm looking for? People will be so bothered by this because it involves their money that might not be the worst punishment he gets.
Oh.
There's legitimate isolation.
Oh, like people are going to shun him.
I'll let you decide.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. Some crimes cost you more than just money and fines or time locked away.
Mm-hmm.
They can cost you relationships with people you've known for years.
Oh, yeah, your image is ruined.
And this has to be one of those crimes.
Yeah.
Because when you are in this position, folks assume you believe in something, that you stand for your convictions.
Yeah.
And it's very possible this man's only conviction may be involved in what he was arrested for.
Uh-oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, Brit Floyd, the world's greatest Pink Floyd live experience. Returns to the West Her Auditorium Theater April 15th. 50 years.
50 years.
Of Wish You Were Here.
Wow.
Don't miss Brit Floyd's biggest and most spectacular production to date. You can head to the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets, plus a VIP meet and greet and soundcheck experience for two, featuring a performance of 2 classic songs not in the show, tour landage, early access to show merch, and more, courtesy of the RBTL. And if you can't wait to win,
Then what do I do?
tickets are on sale at the Auditorium Theater box office or at Ticketmaster.com. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
The longtime chairman of the Livingston County Conservative Party is in trouble. Jason McGuire is his name.
Okay.
And he not only held that position, he was also the vice chairman of the New York State Conservative Party.
All right, so this is a muckety buck.
Mover and a shaker, buddy.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
He's been arrested
Mhm.
after authorities say he stole party cash.
That's not very conservative.
Not at all.
So he's like embezzlement, I guess?
The state attorney general
Yeah.
says an investigation revealed he transferred over $16,000 from conservative party accounts to himself during 2020 and 2021.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Those are COVID times.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe there are people listening thinking, let's give the guy some mercy. Everyone was hurting then. He could have needed stuff. You don't know what you do when you were desperate. Well,
He's a conservative. He's not going to take welfare. He's not looking for a handout. Like these bums I see in the street.
the state says that this man spent the money that he stole on clothes.
Oh, so they know. Oh, I love when they know what their money went to. Because usually we have no idea. We could speculate, but they never actually say where that money ended up.
Yeah, how'd they get this?
Yeah.
We never have this.
So he spent it on clothes, restaurants, beauty treatments, entertainment, a fitness center, and household expenses.
Okay, so he was living a life.
They say he covered this up by not reporting the money on campaign finance forms, which is a massive no-no.
Okay.
He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of offering a false instrument for filing, and we'll see what kind of punishment he ends up getting, right? So, look, the punishment for someone in a job like this for stealing from the job you had will not be fun,
All right.
right? But that is going to pale in comparison to something else.
Yes.
Now, let's keep in mind here, the money he took, it's political donations.
Right.
That's some of the hard-earned money of people who believe
Oh,
in the
it's
cause.
working people's money, man.
But they gave up their money because of the cause that they believed in that your party was pushing, right? And taking what you personally believe out of it, politically, that's money that those people wanted to go towards democracy.
Yeah.
He stole that money.
Yeah.
Even further, jobs like this, Tommy, you're rubbing elbows with the political elite of the state.
Oh, yeah, because you were the man.
Yep, politicians that needed that money to pay for their campaigns.
Right.
Co-workers that were fighting to get that money to get their candidates elected. You took that money from them, too. Professionally, socially, this dude is cooked.
Yeah.
Do you think that in his mind, especially with some of the things that money went to, he made the argument, well, I need this for my image, to keep up my image?
Out of the party funds?
Well, he was getting facials, apparently.
That's what I mean.
It's
like,
beauty treatments.
I got to stay in
I don't know what his
shape.
personal life's like.
I got to stay in shape. I got to have,
Gotta
my
look
face
sharp.
has to look a certain way. I got
Gotta
to
look
look
the man.
sharp.
Yeah.
Like, do you think, like, in his mind, that's how he justified it? Like, well, I need this to keep up with, the image that people expect me to have.
Look, I mean, that's a valid question. I will say this.
I gotta go against those pretty boy Democrats over there with their slick back hair and their loud ties that tell a story.
So many slick back hairs.
Oh, yeah.
If you got hair, you slick it back. Kimmy, that's a valid question. I would argue that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
When you don't report it on campaign finance stuff, because if you're in the position, you know how it works, and by doing that, you knew what you were doing. Was it right?
But he was putting it back into the economy, part of the trickle-down Reagan economics of the 1980s,
All right. Let me ask you a question.
What?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Getting away from this man who was the longtime Livingston County Conservative Party chair and the vice chair of the New York State Conservative Party who stole, admittedly, $16,000 from the party. Would you rather lose all of the personal friendships you have or go to jail? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Hypothetical situation.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
You did what this guy did. You are presented with one of two punishments, and you get to choose.
Right.
Tommy, you get a year in jail, but when you come out, everything is totally fine with your friends, families, former coworkers, relationships are cool. Or B, you get no time in jail, but not a single friend or former coworker wants anything to do with you ever again.
So I'm isolated completely.
For the rest of your life, you would have to go out, if you can, and make all new friends with this reputation hanging over your head. Do you want the year in jail? Or do you want no friendships ever again? What are you taking?
I'm taking no jail.
What?
I mean, he kind of lives this life anyways. Does Tommy have any real friends?
Not in this room.
You don't want to think about it?
No, do you want to get BF'd? Do you want to get drawn into some crap, man?
What are you telling? What?
No, let's say, what? Let's say I get stuck in like a little bitch block. No, man, I could
you are a little bitch. Of course you're going to little bitch block.
I could get BF'd.
Okay.
Or beat up or, No, I'm not going to jail, man.
I'm not talking prison. I'm talking jail.
Jail, it's the same people, man.
No.
What do you think? They got special nice guys in other jails?
Well, I mean,
You're
jail
talking about state lockup.
less severe than prison.
You go to state, or you're going to go to county lockup.
County would be county.
Hey, those guys know how to BF, bro.
Okay. With the BF in aside,
Yeah.
you're telling me that you would rather lose every relationship you have
Yes.
than spend a year behind bars.
Yes.
That
I'll start over. Is those words?
Yeah. I was trying to.
By the way, that's what you're going to sound like when you get in prison.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
A year in jail. A year in jail.
Yep.
Or losing all of your friends.
Let's go to
and family
girl
members.
jail.
I'm probably also skipping out on jail time. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what a day in jail is like.
Look. Okay.
Wait, well, we're a couple of
And by the way, like,
tenderonis
why
over
do you
here.
think? Why do you think?
You
if
just called Kimmy a tenderoni.
I don't know. Yeah,
No,
I'm
but
gonna-
we're soft people.
Why do you think? I would.
She is not familiar with PYT.
I would think that going to jail, you're going to lose some friends too, because nobody wants to associate you.
I understand. It's a hypothetical
Okay.
situation, right?
Yeah.
Don't be that caller. It's like, well,
Well,
here's what you
I
got to
mean,
do. You got to go to jail.
Your life's going to
Friends-
change. I mean, your life
Yes.
is going to change. Whether or not you keep your friends or you lose your friends, you're going to get a perspective that you didn't have before, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
All right, here's the thing. I understand that no one wants to go to jail. It's the biggest nightmare for most people. I do not want to go to jail. But I think that living in isolation for the rest of your life would be much
You're not.
harder. How so?
You can make new friends.
Really?
Yeah, there's people out there. There's 9 billion people on this planet. Go say hello.
Yeah,
Question.
but they can always Google you.
Question.
Who's Googling?
Question.
If you're mad.
Go ahead. Yes, Pat, in the
Yes,
back.
yes, the loud man with the loud mouth.
Thank you. You said you can make new friends.
Yeah.
Who's the last new friend you made?
When did Barack run?
And by the way, that's not even close to the last new friend you made. I don't think you've made a new friend since I've known you
No, I
for
made
25 years. Who?
You know I knew.
People that go to Wegmans don't count.
Your coworkers don't count either.
But that wouldn't have factored in anyway. Who has he become friends with here? Everyone
I think
hates
he
And I'm
thinks
doing
he's-
fine without friends. You don't. Friends are a pain in the ass.
Okay.
And by the way, I don't mind being lonely. Lonely I can work with.
Okay.
Going to some horrific crap for a year? No, thank you.
You know, it's so funny. You think you're lonely. You have Kimmy and I every morning that we hang out and we laugh and we have a grand
Yes,
old time.
yes,
You have your
yes.
wife who
At
loves
my
you very much.
expense.
You have your stepkids. You have your grandkids. Like, you think you live this isolated life. You don't. You don't know what isolation is, man.
Yeah, but like, can we have a dog?
Go buy one.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, you can have a dog.
Okay,
Right on.
I'm good with me and my
Okay.
dog.
Get a dog, walk the park, find a bar you like,
Yeah.
get a bicycle to ride.
Maybe 2 dogs.
You know, it might be romantic.
You're insane.
I don't think loneliness is a bad thing.
Okay.
I think being annoyed or horrified or just lousy food and coffee for a year would suck.
The food? Is that what you're worried
The
about?
food would be terrible.
Excuse me, where's your fennel? Do you have prison fennel.
They got prison
calories are
fennel,
in
bro.
Where's the Lavazza? What's the coffee you drink?
Ely.
Where's the Ely? Where's the can of Ely? Everybody?
Oh, we got Ely right over here in the shower.
252
Give me all the Ely you want.
252 WCMF. Again, we're
I
talking.
lose my kiosk business?
Is a kiosk like a kiosk?
No, I get kiosk.
The longtime chairman of the Livingston County Conservative Party admitted, according to police, to stealing $16,000 in campaign funds. And we're talking about how, yes, like this, the punishment, whatever he's going to face, is going to suck. But in this job, right, with all of these people relying on you, and these are donations that folks standing up for something believed in, I mean, you're going to isolate
And you're
yourself.
the party of principle. And then you pull this move.
Yeah.
That's what really hurts.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's like hypocrisy turned up to 11.
Right.
Right? But here's the thing.
It's like when you find out the preacher's cheating on his wife.
Well, but
he stands up there and preaches one thing and does another.
You know what's weird, though? There's a whole bunch of stuff, people that have done that have gone through to the other side and made it. Like it's when
I am impressed when they can pull that off, but to your, you know what I mean?
Well, here's why. Because religion preaches forgiveness, right? And fine, whatever you believe in. This don't.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't be like, get him, and then be like, oh, but not me.
Yeah.
Not me, though.
I know.
This is something that, or this isn't something other folks, Mom Vics that we've talked about before, seem to have had to consider. Because, like, it does feel like if you steal from a business, folks aren't going to be as judgmental.
Yeah.
They'd even be willing to make excuses for you.
Well, it's a corporation, to your point, right?
And hell, Tommy, when we talk about any Mom Vic, you don't know these women.
There's always somebody that comes to their defense.
Tommy's the first one?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like, how does someone like this guy not consider what could happen with the relationships he has for a measly $16,000? And I know it's a lot of money, but for a lifetime?
Yeah.
What is that? Gym equipment, couple restaurant
and
gift
some
cards.
suits.
Yeah, way to go.
I know.
What are you doing? Could you stand by your partner if she admitted to stealing something like this?
Like if my wife did this?
Yeah. People donated stuff for a cause they believed in, and she ripped off $16,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Like if she just stole money, basically?
Well, no. Not just stealing money, because it ain't a business. Let's say that she was working with a charity, Kids for Cancer.
Yeah.
All right.
But I find out she stole the money.
$16,000.
Yeah.
You standing by her?
I mean, like, if I don't, I'm divorcing her?
I'm asking.
I'm not blowing up my life, no.
Yeah, you don't have a place to live. That's a good call. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Your husband.
Then I would need to find a charity.
Your husband's a firefighter.
Yeah.
Let's say he is in charge all of a sudden of fundraising for the fire department, pensions, whatever. And you find out your husband stole $16,000 in donated money to the fire department.
Yeah.
Hypothetically. You standing by your man?
That'd be a tough one. It would be, okay. If he spent that money on things that I also enjoyed.
So he didn't buy any makeup?
Why would
no fancy clothes?
Could have been for you. To answer your question for you.
I got you.
It'd be a gift.
Yeah. Okay. I would feel like I'm part of it. You know what I mean?
But you would have partaken not knowing. It was not your fault.
It would be hard to. Yeah. I don't know. That would be a tough one to stand by.
Because like it would also.
Because you're also processing your own feelings too, and like, you may not know how you're going to react in that moment. Like thinking like maybe there's a reason you're trying to justify it in your mind why this person that you love and trust would do something like that. So until you get to the bottom of that and organize your feelings, you may stand by them until you come to that final conclusion.
What about you, Angel Boy?
My wife, I love her to death, right? If I found out she ripped off 16...
Hold on.
What?
All right. Because you living a high life now, brother. You riding high, man. Before I knew you, when you was low as low gets.
I got this sweatshirt
you were
from
Irish
a thrift
low.
store. Okay.
You were Irish low.
Oh, what is that?
It's in all your songs. When I was Irish low, we had no potatoes to hoe. Now look at you, Dad. Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you. Riding with your eyed car.
Yeah.
Jetting off to London over here.
That was for
hockey over here.
That is expensive.
Going up to Canada. And now
yeah, only the richest.
you got Canada money, man.
Okay.
And then let's say she blows it all.
All right, so my wife steals $16,000 in donated money for a
the
cause
mother
that is
of
very
your
important.
children.
You don't want to lose that coin either, brother.
I couldn't stand by her.
But you know all the good your
Then
wife
you're a
does. Like
bum again.
your wife does more good in the community than all of us combined. Like
I
her
agree.
job is admirable. Like she is just overall a great human being. Like she would be the one person where I would think you'd have to stand.
You gotta
by her.
stand by
No,
her, man.
but I think that's why
And
I
you
would.
have kids together.
I understand, but I think what you described is
Yeah.
why I would have to
Because
break.
it's such a shock.
It would be such a shock. It would be such a change in character. And look, I mean, the fact that.
Yeah, I'm doing an impression right now.
Yeah, what's that?
That's you knocking on your daddy's house for a place to stay. Daddy, you in there? I see you in there, Daddy. Let me in.
I was wondering what you were doing
He's
over
knocking
there.
on his
having a heart
daddy.
attack. He's
Knock,
dying.
knock, knocking on daddy's door.
Bro, you know.
Because I'm so damn poor.
I'm coming to your house first, bro.
Well, a shame I ain't got a house anymore, man. That house we got sold in Webster.
Look, I mean, and I think that like the kids also play into why I would have to make the decision to split in a hypothetical situation because I don't want my girls, like at the age they're at, very impressionable to think like, this person can do this thing and it's going to go back to normal again. I mean, look, yes, there are extenuating circumstances, whatever. But if it's just straight up, I took this money thinking I wouldn't get caught and it is what it is, I don't know if I can stand by that person. And I wouldn't expect my wife to do that for me.
I'm sticking around.
Yeah, but it's all selfish.
Yes.
Even your excuse for me not to stick around or to stick around was selfish.
I want you to think it through, man. I want you knocking on your daddy's door.
No, man, I don't know.
Knock,
I mean,
knock it on.
like it comes down to integrity, which I know you don't understand.
Integrity.
No, but I mean, Kimmy, when it comes to your husband,
can fake
hypothetically,
that.
it's integrity, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Keep your mouth shut.
You.
Don't blow your life up.
She
I'm
blew
not
our
sure
life
what-
up.
I'm not
He
sure what-
blew their life up.
Yeah, but just be cool with it.
Okay. And then how do you explain that to everybody?
Yeah, because you'd have to defend. If you
You're
decide to
lying.
stand by that person, you're going to have to defend it at some point, right? Or explain it, or say that's not really what happened.
That right there. See how you just did that? You raise your voice a little bit. What are you gonna do?
Okay. I know this guy is around your age now.
Oh, you're old.
Around your age.
He's an old sad
The
man.
old, sad. Well, no, he's far less sad than you. He actually did something with his life. You sit here knocking on
Daddy's door.
plywood, particle board.
Well, that would be your daddy's door.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Ain't no rammer door.
This seems like a dream situation
Mhm.
until you think this through.
Oh.
And this mega star, household name,
Oh, he's big time.
greatest of his sport,
Oh, really?
hanging out with young kids. Not young kids. Tell you what.
Oh, it's on the up and up.
maybe
I'm going to stop
rephrase
talking.
that.
All
Yep,
right.
and we're going to get into the story. We'll do it next here in the break room. Let's WCMF.
Ballin', ballin', free ballin'. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Just like to sing the classics.
Yeah, no, it's a great song. Everybody loves it.
Every time. Every time.
This sounds like something men of a certain age would kill for.
Oh.
And maybe even when I describe it to you, you're going to be like, oh, man, that guy's so cool and lucky. And it's one of those things you would love until you were in the moment doing it.
So then it would suck?
Oh, yeah. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Fun fact, Michael Jordan is around the same age as Tommy Muley.
He is?
Yeah, he's 63.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Jordan. And the reason I bring this up is a video is circulating of Michael Jordan partying with a bunch of 20-somethings.
Oh.
So I don't know where this is. Oh, I'm sorry, he's 62. So the kids in the video are no older than like 24, 25.
Right.
And it's not some high-end club. He looks like, Kimmy, he's in some frat house basement. Have you seen this video?
No.
It's recent.
Yeah, and it's not the first time, by the way, he's been caught on video in this situation. Like a decade ago,
Yeah.
there were photos of him playing beer pong at what looked like a college party. But I don't have any background. If anyone knows, 252 WCMF, why Michael Jordan keeps hanging
Doesn't
around.
seem like something. He seems like somebody's a little more particular about where he's seen. You know what I mean?
He's a billionaire businessman at this point, right? All right.
Yeah.
So, Tommy,
Yeah.
it's good-looking women, fun, cool guys. There's a DJ. In fact, he asked the DJ to play Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, the only request the DJ took all night, because when Jordan asked, you give it to him.
Yeah.
How many guys your age think they would want to be in this situation?
Every guy.
Okay.
Every guy with a kid in college or a young kid that's moved out of the house that throws a party.
Any guy my age that just wants to feel young again for a moment would take that opportunity.
You think that would be fun?
I think they, in their mind, they would think it's fun.
Oh, I think
Yes.
they're having fun, don't you?
Nope.
It depends on the guy. I really do. I mean, there's some guys that are pretty oblivious
Yeah.
to just about everything.
Think about our dads.
Okay.
If they got invited to play beer pong, they're having fun.
I understand. Here's what you're not considering. Because, look, I get it. I
It
get it.
doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. They're in their own zone.
Oh, I'm not even talking about self-awareness. I
Yeah.
understand that, guys like you don't have self-awareness, our dads, whatever. I'm talking about the moment you walk into that room and the DJ is just loud as hell. You got people screaming. You're trying to talk to people. You have nothing you can relate to any of these kids. You're going to start talking, right? These
They
kids are
don't
going to start
care. They're
walking
gonna
away.
talk at you.
I'm telling you, man, even the guy that thinks this would be the greatest thing ever, can't wait to do it, 10 minutes in that place, he would either want to get out or start yelling about how things need to change for him to stay there.
Yeah, okay.
Am I wrong?
No, I think for the most part you're correct. But I do think there are some guys that just don't see it.
No.
They're oblivious.
And would be able to tolerate everything we just brought up.
Yeah. I don't think I don't think it's a lot.
Okay.
I'm going to say 22% of old guys are oblivious to everything around them.
22%.
Yeah. And that's low compared, to other things.
And you crack your knuckles and you say, I'm going to show these kids a thing or two.
Like my old
I'm
man.
going to show them how to really chug a beer.
My old man in his early 80s was talking to a table full of young women, trying to convince them that he owned a TV station in South Florida and he was up here auditioning for Weather Girls. And he got girls to get up and audition for him.
God, what a scumbag.
And he was having, to give his point, a ball.
Okay.
He was getting attention from young girls.
Okay.
He was getting attention from young girls he couldn't get when he was their age.
Well, at that age, they wouldn't believe he owned a TV
Well,
station in
true,
Florida.
Yeah.
All right, look, maybe I'm wrong here. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. But you brought up something else, Kimmy. The fact that dads going to, like, their kids' college weekends, parents' weekend, right?
Yeah.
Jordan's kids are even too old for college. Both his kids
No,
are
you're
in his
right.
30s.
These
right?
people are younger than his kids.
Yeah.
So, like, you're even past that
Yeah.
phase of it.
Yeah, that would be, you're almost getting into your grandkids' age there.
And it's weird that Jordan, at this stage of his life, considering all that he has accomplished, would want to do this in public.
Yeah, I always thought he's a much more private person.
He seems to be.
Yeah.
And that he would even, he would be tired of it at this point.
Yeah, you've seen it all, you've done it all.
Right, you're almost bored with your own celebrity.
Well, the guy, we know he's an adrenaline junkie based on how he liked to gamble. If you saw, The Last Dance and everything, right? Maybe this is how he gets his kicks.
Yeah.
But I would think like this party at this point is nothing compared to what you saw in the past, right? Like, I mean, think of how they probably partied in his heyday. Like, I can't imagine that this party even comes close to that.
I mean, look, I agree with everything you're saying. It is astonishing, but the video exists. He's hanging out. He's partying with these kids. There's that other photo of him in the biggest jeans you've ever seen playing beer pong. It's a ridiculously large leg of jeans.
Yes.
You could fit 4 Jordans in those legs of jeans. So, all right, let's say you saw this picture with any other man other than Jordan, because nobody's going to criticize Jordan. He's Jordan, right?
Right.
Is that guy cool or sad?
Oh, sad.
It's sad?
It's very sad.
To have the opportunity to go spend time with young girls and hang out with the bros and play beer pong and drink?
It just looks sad.
Okay.
Even if you're Jordan?
No, I'm saying Jordan aside.
Jordan, celebrity out of it.
Yeah.
You know, if I just saw like one the guys we know.
So all right, my dad has an opportunity to go to this party and everyone's having a grand old time and high-fiving him. That's sad?
He's in his best plaid jacket.
I can't use your dad because I know your dad.
Because I'm scared.
No, I know. I
better not get pulled over on the way home. There's a spiky-haired Monroe County Sheriff's deputy that wants to talk to you.
No, but he's like, your dad don't count because I know them.
Okay.
But like,
all right.
No, I can't because like.
What if I told you that my dad once shaved his head into a mohawk and dyed it blue for a football game?
Of a college.
Still cool?
Of a college that he never went to.
Wait, what was this?
When I was in school, he showed up, took his hat off, goes, surprise! He had shaved his head into a mohawk and dyed it blue to attend the football game.
West Virginia.
Yes.
Okay, any guy but your dad.
What? I thought he was cool.
No, but I kind of know your dad, even though I don't know him. I kind of know your dad.
Okay, all right.
You know,
Sure.
It's all right. Let me say. I say this like Spizzano's my age.
You know him better than our dads, but go on.
Nah, well, I do and I don't.
Okay.
But like, if I saw Scott doing that, I go, that's sad.
Okay.
Right? Or Billy down the hall.
Billy Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's up there a little bit.
No,
right?
he's way younger than you. That's
I don't think he's.
That's how
bro,
old
he
you
ain't
are.
way
He's
younger.
Way younger. I think
the
he's
boy's got some gray.
I think he's closer to me than he is to you. Gray what? He's straight up bald, son.
Yeah, but I can.
Pure uncut skin.
Yeah, but he's got little gray pricklies up there.
Little gray prickly.
You know what I'm saying?
Stubble, gray stubble.
Yeah, he could scour a pan with that head.
All right, so you're saying any other man in this building doing this?
Oh yeah,
it would
upstairs
be
too, like
bothersome.
the guys upstairs.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying. We're gonna wear a 3-piece suit to a. Hey, hello, fellow teenagers. Like, I got to be honest with you, man. Like, I can still get after it every once in a while. I'm 38.
Uh-huh.
I'm aware that I'm 5 years away from my oldest having her freshman year at college, if that's what she chooses to do. And I want no part of parents' weekend, going into the bars, hanging out at a party with my kids.
But you're going to have to do some of that stuff.
I understand, but like Kimmy, like to your point, there are dads that get excited about
Sure.
this.
Oh yeah.
Is there something?
It's their highlight of their week.
Is there something wrong with me? Am I like?
I don't believe you yet. I think you think that way now.
So you're telling
I'm excited to see what college dad Pat is all about.
So you're saying mid-40s me, as soon as it shows up, I'm going to be running out
see,
to whatever
we'll see
college
what you get
she's
sucked
at.
into. I don't know.
Chuck, 25-cent beer nights. Go, line them up.
He's going to be doing keg stands in the parking lot.
But it kind of lines
I
up.
do have
with,
the shoulders for it.
But you love sports.
Yeah.
You love tailgating.
I do.
So I mean, a lot of that stuff kind of lines up with
Yeah,
this.
you're going to want to show them how, a Bills fan tailgates the right way.
Bring a little Western New
It's
York
going to bother
to
you
this place.
if you don't think they're doing it right.
Yeah, but like here's the thing. Like you watch College Game
Saber
Day.
Nation, man.
Saber Nation. Shut up. It's called the Saberhood, first of all.
Oh, so you're already correcting people at the bar.
No, man. Like if you watch College Game Day on Saturday mornings, they'll show the tailgate parties, and there's something about like those fat dads in Arkansas, like zip-up sweaters.
Man, I can't wait.
I don't want to be that guy. I am horrified of becoming that guy. I don't want to be
But you
that
got
guy.
to show support for your kid, man.
How about tuition is enough support?
Listen to you. I already pay us.
Just saying. No, I don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy.
I mean,
All right,
you
we'll see.
were. I mean, I know you went there, but you wear your Aquinas hoodies and stuff.
Yeah, you're kind of that guy. at
You go to
high
the
school
football
now.
games.
Well, but I take my kids to the football. I wouldn't be going to Aquinas games if my kids didn't go to Aquinas. I wouldn't be wearing my.
But I know. But you're going because your kids are there. It's just going to be the same thing on
It's
a
how you
different
get-
level.
It's how you get sucked into this stuff.
Okay. Oh, don't tell me I'm going to be that guy.
Well,
Damn it.
No, we're waiting and see.
You're not going to be alive to see it.
Well, you hope.
You're right.
He's going to be screenshotting your stories and sending them to me.
Not realizing I know it's him screenshotting it. We come back, wrap it up, try and kill Tommy next year in the break room. On CMF. Ask River.
Audio, Hyundai River.
For a Wednesday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, tomorrow we going to bitch it out, buddy.
We got a bitch voice leader. Also, do we have another Tommy tracksuit Thursday?
Bro, I'm tapped out.
You're out. You're
Oh,
done.
so you're done for the week.
I bought 7 tracksuits.
Oh, you got no more tracksuits?
I could wear the old ones, but then you'll mock me for wearing the
Well,
old
no,
ones.
there is one tracksuit that you wore when our live stream cameras were
That's
down.
true.
That's the one I had on yesterday.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was.
Right.
I went through them
Yeah.
all.
Okay.
So maybe I'll surprise you.
Oh, no, you got nothing. Man, you're so broke, busted. Can't even keep track
I
of
got 7
Thursday.
tracksuits.
I got 7
No,
tracksuits.
he's working his way into full-time tracksuit. This is just the start.
And walking cane.
We'll get there.
One of those cool canes, you know? Straight stick.
What happened to you, man?
I don't know. Age.
So that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene? I heard she's a great gal.
She is.
Plays a lot of good music.
She does. In fact, she's got 10 songs for you. The 10 at 10 from Jolene.
I'm looking forward to it.
10 songs right in a row coming up for you here in just a second, so sit tight there. For Kimmy.
Yep.
Whose dad is the most die-hardest, never went to West Virginia fan of all time.
I didn't know he got himself a mohawk.
He did that. Nobody asked him to.
A dyed mohawk.
Did that all on his own.
For Tommy Muley, who, if he were to shave a mohawk in his head, would have 4 hair left. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.